Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
As to what Pat McAfee might say.
No, they asked him to do that.
Oh, there you go.
You always get smacked down at games.
Yeah.
That's why we go.
Yeah. John Cougar, soft ass.
Is he from
He
a
was
soft
soft
place?
ass his whole life.
Is he from a soft place in
Anybody
Indiana?
He's from Seymour, Indiana, which is right outside Bloomington.
Sounds like a pussy place.
It is. I had a girlfriend from there. It was a real bunch of idiots.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Oh, I like the new beat. I like it. Whoever came up with this, probably Macho.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Oh, yeah, I got some new stuff. Drill EDM. Macho Man, I'm going through everybody's birthday. By the way, today is Dr. Dan's birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Dr. Dan.
Thank you.
I've spent the last 5 minutes going through various topics I can and cannot talk about with Dan due to his late night exploits last night.
His late night exploits where Dan was like, said he felt horrible this morning and it was really from eating dinner too late.
Yeah. And so listen,
You
Dan
can't
doesn't
carry that full stomach to bed, man. It'll mess you up.
Dan doesn't feel that good right now because he had a late night dinner last night celebrating his birthday. But there's some things that go along with having a late night dinner that he's having some health issues, I should say. But Dan doesn't want me to expound on those health issues.
I was in a rush this morning. I blowed out an O-ring.
Well, there you go. Thank you, Dan. Because I would have been transparent about me blowing out an O-ring.
Yeah.
That's because you're pushing too hard. You know that, don't you?
Right, I realize that.
You have a relapsed. Is it a relapsed or a prolapsed?
A prolapse. I don't have that, but I definitely pulled something, ripped something.
So, but
trying too hard, too fast.
I know what you. I know you're gonna say no. Did you use your preparation H wipes?
Yes.
Okay.
Neil Malpazier, $50.
Thank you. Right out of the box and start in June, buddy. June 2nd, Dr. Dan's birthday. Happy birthday, Dan.
Thank you.
T-shirt will $20. Happy birthday.
I will tell you this, Dan. If you go upstairs and get on that very first bathroom, maybe in between, probably not during a break 'cause it's only 5 minutes, but maybe after you leave, maybe leave a little bit early and go up there and just pull your pants down and just sit on and turn the bidet on light, and let it just it's like a massage chair for your butthole.
Sounds fun. That sounds like I need to do that.
I mean, because I got to think.
We can't do it between.
Sure you can, of course. Absolutely you could. Just go on there and...
What do you do afterwards? You have a towel?
Yeah, you have just toilet paper. Just use a, just 3 or 4 sheets of toilet paper rolled up and just pat it dry.
Okay.
But you just go there and you sit down and you try, you kind of rough in your BH and then you turn the stream on
What does rough in your BH
meaning you sit down like where you think the stream would go.
Oh, okay. You're estimating.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you just sit.
It's like when they shoot the dummy out of the cannon to make sure it hits the net.
And here's the thing: It tends to be like you gotta kind of choke back on the. It's like not. It's a little more backward than it is forward.
Dirt merchant, $10.
Meaning, like, how you would sit conventionally on a toilet, you might have to back it up like a half inch. So you back up like a half inch, and then you turn the stream on light, and you'll see where it's hitting, obviously. Then you position your BH so that it's directly on it, and then you turn the stream up a little bit more, and then you literally just kind of almost dry hump. You just move your pelvis, because your BH is, it's probably
make it clap, get in the right area.
Well, just kind of working all around. Yeah, you're just kind of twerking it, like you're just getting on there and you're just moving it all around, because that head doesn't move, so you got to move your.
Seth, have you tried this yet?
Oh God, yeah. I've perfected it, Dan.
He's not tried it, but I can tell you he's riveted right now. So you just get on there and see Stevens. Your brother, he's got a full-blown heated, way over the top. Mine's just standard tap water, and it tends to be a little bit cool, but I prefer the coolness on my BH. I don't want to burn my BH, and you did burn your BH at the one on the East Coast, did you not?
In Miami, yeah.
Yeah.
When they had their condo in Miami Beach.
Right.
Yeah, I stuck to the roof like a cat.
Yeah, mine will not. Mine comes in tap water, just regular, and mine's actually kind of cool, which I prefer. Like, it's not ice cold, it's just room temperature cold. But man, I'm telling you, Dan, you go up there and spend like 3 minutes just doing just nice and gentle, and it really helps your prolapsed rectum from eating too late this morning and having a gut full of food as you tried to sleep. And then when you have a gut full of food, it's tough to go to sleep.
You're all burpy and rolling over and just uncomfortable.
Yeah, exactly. So if you got an opportunity, Bud, go upstairs today in between breaks if you can. I'd like for you to do it just for you to be able to come back and give me kind of a little, like, am I over-exaggerating on how good it is, or is it pretty damn good? I think you'll come back with the latter. It's nice. It really is. I'm writing everybody's birthdays down. I got Seth, February 1, Sammy, May 31st, Phoebe, August 2nd.
Oh, she just had one, Sammy.
Yeah, Sammy.
Happy birthday,
Sammy.
Sammy
Just had one last weekend. And thank you for the video, Seth. Your wife shot me a little video of Sammy saying thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the $50.
No problem.
You split that up 3 ways.
And I think she put some Build-A-Bear coupons in there. Did you see that?
No.
I thought there were.
There might have been. I don't know.
Nice.
I'll have to go back and look through the card.
Lummy, I know how you rip things up like the Muppet Chef. Looking for straight cash,
of course,
and or Amazon gift cards.
Yeah,
Lummy,
that's like I feel like I'm always like trying to rescue it when I'm opening a birthday card.
Right. Literally, you open up packages like there were bombs inside of them, and you needed to get them out as fast as you possibly can.
Oh, we absolutely got to cut the green wire.
Lummy's July 10, Walker's December 22.
No, the 23rd, September. And then,
you said December.
Ashley's in December.
September and December sound the same out of his mouth.
Lummy, you are such an idiot.
Seth Wiley, $20.
You said Walker December 22nd and Ashley December 26th.
Yes.
That's really
Walker's September 23rd.
All right, so you made that.
100%.
But we always know when Lummy's birthday is because half the Bubba Army flies in from around the country.
Right.
Yeah.
And then anybody who doesn't get invited becomes a troll.
Yes.
Right.
No more birthdays for me.
And hates, right.
Yes.
Ashley, December 22nd.
Yes. 6th.
26th.
Yeah.
Dan, today, June 2nd. Jay, May 21. I still need Tuttles. I got Steve at October 3rd, day before my sister. Brian Matroni is Valentine's Day. I'm looking for Lasker. Macho,
February 14th is his birthday?
Yeah.
It's a horrible
Macho,
birthday.
what's your birthday?
Happy birthday, Dan.
Thank you.
March 24th.
Okay, March 24. I'm writing all these down. Let me start. I got my son's, of course, June 24th, and then I got Gary Cantrell at August 27th. I still got to get Tuttles and Jeans. And the merch crick. I don't know.
You know her birthday?
I don't know her birthday.
Oh, come on, dude.
No way, man.
I swear.
No.
It's on your phone somewhere.
It is somewhere.
Contact.
I do know it.
That's got to crush her.
Listen.
I wouldn't have said that.
Listen, I do know it. I do know it.
What season is it?
I have it written down. I do know it. I just got she knows I had a really trying weekend. I had a super trying weekend.
Long-term memory loss weekend?
No, I just had a really tough weekend.
Did you have the races or anything?
Yes, our races, and I got the track too hard, and I
spin out Willie,
and I forgot to. During the summer, we usually adjust racing to start at 8 after the sun's almost down.
Nice.
But we didn't make that adjustment, so we started at 7. So
Too hot.
So for an hour, for the entire heat, all the heat races, 6 classes of heat races, were racing under the sun, which just absolutely destroys your track.
I think Birch Creek is October 8th.
Yes, it is. I should have known that because it's my dad's birthday. See, I knew it. I just am so blanky right now. Like Tara's is October 4th. Merch Cricks is the 8th. My dad is the 8th. My mom's, I think, is March 9. So I know them all. I got to get Tariq's yet.
You got to practice, Bubba, because if you ever get a concussion and you wake up, they start asking you these very simple questions.
I think they ask you your birthday first, and if you get that one, they move on.
Well, who knows? Who knows what you're going to be thinking? But I just want to let you know, you start getting a couple of these wrong, then they're going to take you to the CTE ward and never let you go.
I know, you're right. So, yes, Merch Crick, I did know your birthday. You know I know your birthday because it's my dad's birthday. It's just that I've just had. Then Lummy, I was working on the K5. I was working on the K5 project yesterday and broke some stuff. And I got to have a mechanic come out and fix it.
Oh, no.
And it's just, oh, yeah. Let me, do we have a hard rake around here at all?
No, Merch Creek was asking me about that. No.
She's going to have to go out and buy one. So I mean,
rakes are pretty cheap. I mean, even I know that.
I know, but hard rakes
are not
more expensive than the fan rake.
The fan rakes, and they break easy.
So Seth, while we're talking about dates, I wanted to kind of maybe I wouldn't say negotiate, but talk to you about. I'm going to be gone. I'm going to Warsaw for I always go to alumni.
Yes, you do.
I'm going to be in Warsaw September 10, 11, and 12, and I just think the show sounds when we have an opportunity. Now, listen, of course we have July 4th off. Of course we have Labor Day off. Then I think they're taking 2 days off in November for Macho Man's EDM.
Oh, yeah.
Then we got Thanksgiving off. Then we got 2 solid weeks for Christmas off. And we got.
Damn, you already got us going till the end of the year. I just take things day by day.
Yeah, I got our complete calendar done for the end of the year. So the 3 days I didn't figure are September 10, 11, and 12. Seth, I would prefer that we would do a show with you as the host. And then
I love a good 9/11 anniversary show.
So that's a Wednesday.
Where were you when it happened? Call now.
Let me maybe you could make that maybe you could take my 9/11 no. I think you should. I actually think Gary Cantrell should take my 9/11 footage that day. Do we have it, Lummy? When I was on 98 Rock, do we have it?
We don't have the full.
We don't have
the full
it, do we?
show. Not the full show, but we have.
Not even on
cuts.
Joe's tapes.
No, we haven't found those yet.
All right, maybe
you stayed on the air like 5 hours, didn't you?
No,
6 hours.
I was stayed on the air till 2 o'clock.
Till 2 o'clock.
Till 2 o'clock.
8 hours.
So let me see if you can maybe find my montage so that Seth could potentially play it.
No problem.
But Seth, would you host those 3 days for me?
Yeah. Is there any sort of commission deal we could work out?
Oh, you mean like little bony?
I'm just saying,
yeah. You know why? Because I'm thinking, you have to be in a different mindset when you're hosting. You really got to work harder. You just do. You got to work harder than just sitting over there and chiming in and, being a co-host. So, yes. In fact, I'm gonna text you.
All right, save your dollars, everybody, until September.
Hold on. This is what I'm willing to pay you extra per show.
I thought we were doing percentages.
No, we're not doing percent.
Jeez. After Uncle Sam gets his hands on that, I'm paying you to host the show.
Maybe this much. That's the most I can go. I mean, that's the.
I love a good text negotiation. Oh, that's as high as you can go. Okay. Well, at least I have till September to work this out.
Yeah. Okay. So you'll do it.
I got to find. I need some representation, but we'll make it happen.
All right. Great. Thanks.
Jeez.
Let me. September 10, 11, and 12. I'm gone.
Yes. Are you speaking at the since come off state championship?
No.
You know, Lummy. You know he does. You know he get. Oh wait, no. Are you gonna go to the jail this time, Bubba, and talk to the youth?
You know what? I might see which ones are still in that program and which ones got out. I don't know. So I'll be gone September. Other than all the holidays I just talked about, September 10, 11, and 12. So that would be Tuttle, Brian, and I don't know about Gene. I don't know about Gene and Seth. I don't know if Seth can handle Gene.
No, I can do it.
You can?
Yeah, Gene and I bonded once he gave me those cards.
I'm gonna tell Gene. I'm gonna have us talk with Gene.
No, don't try to degenify Gene. Like let Gene eat.
Even this past Friday,
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20.
Gene was a little much. He.
You mean with the anti-gay rhetoric, or
just all of it?
Seth Wiley, $20.
Just all of it. He was just
really himself.
He was really a handful. Hold on, I don't know where that's coming from. He was really a handful. This where the hell is that reverb coming from? Let me see here.
Would your co-host always stress you out, or is it just because you've got a rotation of guys now of like once a week that you can really focus on how much they affect you?
No, I don't think. Lummy, are we even on the front page?
That's the last time I saw we were.
Yeah, we are. Not in the big box though. Not in the big box.
And I talked to Sarah Friday too. Everything was good. I got a sponsor I got to talk to you about after the show.
We'll do it.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, I'll just tell him yes.
Blue Chews, use them every day.
And I talked to Sarah Friday.
You got a sponsor you need to talk to me about?
Yeah.
Who?
They just want to vet. Well,
you want to talk about it later?
Yeah.
I think she. What was her? I think her most popular pop culture thing that she was on was MASH. Last night, Loretta Swift.
Oh, really?
Died.
Some sad news from the world of Hollywood. Actress Loretta Swift has passed away. She was best known for playing Major Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan.
87, Hot Lips Houlihan. Wow. 87. That's probably, Dan, beyond life expectancy, isn't it?
It is.
On the hit 70s TV series MASH, Swift went on.
Dan, how can one better themselves to, let's say, 90? That you make it to 90? Is it not drinking, not smoking, maybe exercising a little bit, and then maybe it kind of getting your blood work done a couple times a year? So you gotta, because some people go years without getting their blood work done. I meanwhile get my blood work done every quarter, so it kind of keeps me. I can dial things in. Does that help, you think?
I think staying on top of things absolutely helps. Not drinking, not smoking certainly helps. It's drinking and smoking.
But it's also a lot of.
It's all genes.
Isn't it all genes?
It's all genes.
It's all genes.
It's all genes.
To win 2 Emmys for that role, the quick-witted head nurse was the only main female character in the comedy drama, which followed the staff at an army hospital during the Korean War.
Wow.
I loved MASH. It's one of the reasons I became a doctor. The show lasted about 8 years longer than the war lasted.
Oh, it did, didn't it?
Yeah, the war was only like 3 years long, and so I think the show went like 9 or 11 years or something like that. It was one of the best shows of all time.
We lost Loretta Swift.
She was cool.
She and I think to this day the final episode of MASH was over 100 million views.
Yeah, I remember that. And he took the. If you rolled up to the camp, there used to be like a bunch of signs, like, to the right, 4,000 miles was, New York, and to the left, 3,000 miles was Rome. And he took one of those signs, I think the New York sign or the California sign, put it on his little moped and or his motorcycle and drove off. It was sad.
I never was into MASH.
Really?
Never.
How about Melrose Place?
So never into Melrose Place.
Oh, that was a jump MASH to Melrose Place, man.
No kidding.
I'm here for this conversation.
MASH to Melrose Place should be a new
big
sitcom.
endings. Big endings.
So,
I mean, think about Bubba. Think about some of those shows for the last 20 years.
Here's the deal.
The mega ones.
If you got probably, and these are just the ones that I know of, and I was usually doing nights on the Power Pig during a lot of these. But I think if you look at the grand finale last shows, you got, in no certain order, you got Sopranos.
Absolutely.
You got Friends.
Yes.
You got Seinfeld.
Yes.
You got MASH.
Yep.
You got Cheers. You got probably Frasier. Is Frasier? Did he have a infamous last show, Seth? I know you were into Frasier a little bit.
Into Frasier? What the hell?
Sorry.
I'm not seeing Frasier on my list of top 10.
I think How I Met Your Mother, one of those was a massive one.
Let me go ahead and give me the top 10 final shows. I'm sure you got it pulled up.
It's a MASH, number 1.
Well, over 100 million.
106 million.
Right.
Seinfeld second?
No, number 2 is Roots.
Oh, yeah.
100 million.
Yeah.
We're watching Roots. Number 3 was Cheers at 93.5 million.
Listen, with Roots, man, my mom and dad made my sister and I we watched it as a family. We watched Roots as a family.
You
Remember?
helped juice it all the way up to number 2.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wow. My one of the guys that works in my yard is named Kunta Kinte.
Come on.
I swear.
Is that his
to
rapper
God.
name or his government name?
His given name from his mom based on Roots.
for real.
Swear to God, they named him Kunta Kinte.
So,
Wow.
That's his legal name.
Okay, so we got number 1, MASH. Number 2, Roots. Number 3, Cheers.
Number 4 was The Fugitive in 1967.
Really?
78 million.
Man,
Really?
I
They
didn't
didn't
know
even have 78 million people in America then.
Yeah, I know that 78 million people had TVs back in
It said
1967.
40% of the U.S. population watched it.
The Fugitive.
Bubba, did people back in the day in like the 60s, didn't they like crowd around like the local general store's TV on the outside of the
Yes.
block?
If they didn't have a TV, they would go down to like Sears and have the TV display, and like there'd be like literally 80 people gathered around a TV like during big sporting events and things like that, because they didn't have a TV. So they would go down to Sears, act like they were shopping for some wrenches, and set up shop to watch The Fugitive.
Those people paved the way for us to have illegal channels and cable and be able to view everything that's ever been on TV.
Think about how mind-blowing it would be to take a person from 1967, and the only way you didn't even have a TV. But 2, if you did, you had the rabbit ears, and you could literally only get...
It was black and white.
It was black and white, and you could literally only get 4 channels. That's it. Your ABC, your NBC, your CBS, and maybe your PBS. That was it. Fox wasn't even around until, what, the 80s?
Late 80s.
Yeah. So, I mean, they ABC, NBC, CBS, with maybe a PBS kicker. All right, let me go ahead.
Number 5, Seinfeld,
Right, how many?
76.3 million.
Okay.
6 Friends, 52.5 million.
Right.
Number 7, Magnum PI,
Magnum
50.7 million.
Wow. I didn't know there was big cliffhanger there.
8, The Cosby Show, 44.4 million. Number 9, All in the Family, 40 million. And number 10, Family Ties, 39.6 million.
This is why Seth says he hates baseball, and the fact that like there's all these underwritten rules from the 1800s, or just
it's like Game of Thrones, man. Like if you don't know like about all the scrolls of rules that have come before you, then these things happen.
Like things like if you flip your bat too much, it's disrespectful to the pitcher, and he can hit you the next time.
Baseball just takes itself way too seriously.
Or like, isn't there a rule, Seth? Maybe you will know that like if you hit to the third baseman and he throws you out as you're running to first, that you are not supposed to run between the pitchers
in front of the pitcher.
In front of the pitcher. You're supposed to take the route behind the mound. You're not supposed to run in front of the mound.
Correct.
Running in front of the mound is a sign of disrespect to the pitcher.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
And the new one is
that's his spot.
The new one is managers don't like how the other team catch the ball.
Yeah, don't mess with that.
Yeah,
Either.
So you're talking like on an outfield fly. If a guy does like a Willie Mays basket catch or something like that, that could make a guy.
I'm just saying
mad.
if you make just an easy routine catch, and I mean maybe you're just jogging or you're doing something or you're kind of showing that you're nonchalant about it, the other team's manager will get mad at you,
okay.
not your manager.
Oh,
it's very.
So if you're out there like playing banana baseball, Savannah banana, where the guy catches the ball and then he takes it around his back and through his legs and then throws it, to get the guy out.
Yeah,
boy, that would not work in the leagues, would it?
No, I don't think anybody would like that.
So I never knew. I was never familiar with if you tap your helmet or your hat. I guess it's your helmet. If you tap your helmet a couple times, then you're kind of saying F you to the umpire. I didn't know that. What if you had, what if your batter's helmet was a little loose and you're just hitting it a few times to get it, back down on your ears? The umpire could take offense to that?
Yeah, which is weird because now
I think this all starts with the umpires being a bunch of, old school.
Oh, yeah, the calls for robo-umps were very loud after this one yesterday, but Bubba, I did research it because I was fascinated by it, and it's an unwritten rule that's very defined.
Like one unwritten rule was when I was out there and did a first pitch one time, and Evan Longoria was my friend. We had each other's cell phone numbers. We would text from time to time, and so he knew I was gonna be the first pitch the next day, and he goes like, "Hey, usually we have like the bullpen catcher catch the first pitch, but would you like me to catch your first pitch?" And I'm like, well, of course. Right? Arguably, would you guys, as Rays fans, one of the greatest Rays of all time.
Oh, yeah.
So, and he's my buddy, so he caught it. So at that time, Cash wasn't the skipper, Madden was. And I was going to have an opportunity to meet Joe Madden. And so Longoria said just one thing to remember. Don't call him coach. He's not. Call him Skip or Madden. But do not call him Coach Madden or Coach Joe.
Yeah, because they're managers.
Right. He's like, call him Skip. Just Skip. Because he's a skipper. What
another weird thing to get uppity about, man.
You can't call the head coach manager.
Jeez, you got to jump over the baseline. You can't tap your helmet.
You can't say Coach Joe. Like I couldn't say thanks Coach Joe or thanks Coach Madden. I had his call. He said call him Skip. I said Skip. No, Skip. I said okay. So when I met Coach Madden, I said nice to meet you, Skip. And he was perfect. Because Madden, of all coaches, Seth, that we've had, Madden was from that old throwback era. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, anyway, here's.
The crazy thing is now how you challenge a play or challenge a call, you tap your helmet for the instant replay thing.
So that's the signal?
Yeah, you give a double tap.
But I don't think our guy was trying to necessarily.
No, he said he didn't mean to. It was.
I thought the tap thing was something they tried out in like spring training where you tap your helmet, but I don't think that there's anything. I don't think the actual tap means anything official in baseball.
I don't either.
In the minors,
Yeah,
in the minors,
okay.
you do it.
So in the minors it does, but in the majors, Seth, I think it's just an old school rule.
I read
like an FU.
Yeah, that's what I read last night. It's just a way to show disrespect.
Yeah, you're disagreeing with the umpire's call. I
think the Rays took 2 out of 3 from Houston, didn't they?
No, Houston took 2 out of 3 from us.
Oh, I know we beat them one night with 16 runs.
Yeah, we sure did.
Here for the first time, and he looks at
which, by the way, that was not a strike.
No,
that was. Not a. And even the compu pitch got it a little bit higher than it really was.
Here for the first time.
If you look at right where he hits.
Boop.
It's right. The ball is right there. Now the compu pitch puts it up about a half-inch higher, but it's not in the strike zone, right?
Nope.
And he looks at a pitch on the outside corner at the knees. Walls didn't like that call. It's 0-1.
I want Walls to act like that parrot that gets mad. Man, I can't play it on regular radio. I can't play it, but we've all seen it where the parrot gets mad at the cage. Remember Seth? Seth? We were playing? I wish a player would do that.
Walls is the only active Tampa Bay Rays hitter with a hit in his.
See, to me, man, I mean,
that wasn't disrespectful.
Walls is the only.
Okay, so here's the adjustment.
Active Tampa Bay Rays hitter with a hit in his career.
I mean, it was almost like he was just kind of dialing in his readjustment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Walls is the only active Tampa Bay Rays hitter with a hit in his career.
So they're saying that he tapped his helmet twice, which is disrespectful to the umpire. Now watch the umpire throw him out.
Hater. He's 1 for 4.
Yeah, I think he just threw him out. He tapped his helmet. I saw that. He tapped his helmet.
Taylor Walls is going to get ejected from this game.
I do love how fast Cash can make it. He says, I'll be having this one. Did you see him push Walls out of the way?
Yeah.
I mean, I do like how Cash comes in here.
Taylor Walls got ejected after a discussion with Nick Lentz, and he is infurious. He better be careful.
Hold on. He looks like George. He looks like George Brett. Remember when George Brett came out after they called him?
That's only going to escalate the fine. Rodney Linares doing a great job of holding him back. Walls took offense to the call, and then Lentz took offense to Walls arguing it.
And why couldn't?
He wants to get out so bad.
But here's the deal: why can't a professional baseball player, on an obvious blown call, ask the umpire or challenge the umpire? These umpires have God God complexes, do they not? I mean, they're worse than Dan. Dan's a doctor and a lawyer, and he's got a God complex.
Back for more.
Look, they're really holding him back.
That's only going to make matters worse.
Wow. You know, he was smiling at the umpire when he was doing it. He was talking quietly and calmly, and he was just messing with his helmet. So it didn't seem like it was even if it's a traditionally a disrespectful thing. Just like you grab your balls when someone's walking by, that's one thing. You adjust them a little bit. That's not disrespectful. It didn't seem like that. You know what I mean? He wasn't like gunning somebody. It was just.
It's only going to make matters worse.
How nonchalant the umpire was when he tossed him out, too.
Much.
That was a borderline pitch,
move.
probably just off the plate.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the one you want to go down.
And here's the deal. Like, he blew the call. The umpire, like, if it was, if it would have been just a little bit higher and right on the corner.
It wasn't egregious. I mean, it was close.
It wasn't even close. I mean, and by today's standards.
Well, I don't know if there's any need for the backfill on this, but this man is probably officially statistically one of the worst hitters in baseball.
Yeah, he's way below the Mendoza line.
Yeah, I think he's batting like 180.
But on the flip side of that, Seth, he arguably is one of the best defensive fielders in the league too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, because a guy that's batting 179, that's in the day-to-day lineup, you got to be Golden Glove type quality, or you're not going to be playing. You're not even going to. They're going to have you down in doubles. If you're batting 179 and you're just a average infielder or utility dude, you're not going to be in the bigs.
No.
When we return, has anybody watched the Favre documentary on Netflix?
No.
Save your time and don't.
Horrible?
It's a complete burial of him. Like, it's a complete burial. This Jen Sturger bitch just completely buries him. And
is it the truth?
It is the truth. It is the truth. Most of it. But like, she blames her not being able to get a job in sports over the fact that she got a D pick from Favre. The Jets never did anything about it. The league looked into it. What
did she want to have happen?
I don't know. I think she wanted to continue her illustrious. I think she's doing stand up now.
Yeah, that's about it.
I think she's doing stand-up. When all else fails, do stand-up. But anyway, when we come back, the Therese Halliburton Prism Black 1 of 1. I got this for Seth. I guess they made a card. Prism made a card that was, Seth, a 1 of 1. I'm assuming it means there's only one.
That is true.
And do they just put it literally in rotation? And it's not like they put it in where
a cousin gets it, like the McDonald's did with the Monopoly crap.
Is it literally random? It's not like Monopoly with McDonald's where a cousin gets it. Like it's literally, Sammy could have opened it up, or did they put it in a Mega Blaster, or do they, specifically just put it in a maybe a larger selling, box?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that think that they know exactly where they're sending it, and they might send it to somewhere where it could get them more publicity. But this was his rookie card in 2020, so I don't know if they were doing those things just quite yet in 2020.
And who ended up getting it?
I don't know. I don't know who pulled it.
So we'll go into that. We got Terry Bradshaw had an interesting perspective on Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers going to Aaron Rodgers. And is it looking like now that Aaron Rodgers is going to retire?
I don't think so.
I mean, I heard he told the Saints no.
Oh, yeah. He said he's not playing in New Orleans.
And, he still hasn't signed with anybody. I guess it's now, down to the Raiders and the Steelers? Is that what we're looking at?
I think it's the Steelers or retirement.
Steelers or retirement.
Well, Terry Bradshaw, arguably, would people not say, before I go into words, it's Terry Bradshaw arguably one of the top 5 Steelers of all times?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, by far.
Probably top 3 quarterbacks that I had.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. He wasn't really that good of a statistically. If you look at championships, how many didn't he win 4?
Yes.
Terry Bradshaw won 4 championships.
I don't know
maybe you threw 24 picks one year, but you won 4 championships, right?
I just don't know how to compare like Bradshaw to Troy Polamalu and some of the other incredible Hall of Famers that the Steelers have had over the years.
And you also get into the game and how it's changed. Like the Roger Staubachs and the Terry Bradshaws and some of these guys. The game was a lot different of their game, so their statistics, passing wise, don't look as good as the modern day guys because, Franco Harris was carrying the ball 36 times. You know what I'm saying? The Roger Staubach had Tony Dorsett. God, what the receivers he had. Tony Dorsett. Did he have Herschel? No, I don't think so.
I don't think so, no.
But he had Tony Dorsett.
Yeah.
Tony Dorsett, he's a top 10 all-time rusher, is he not?
Yeah, he was in there.
Yeah.
If he's not now.
So anyway, I got the Halliburton card. Terry Bradshaw blasts Aaron Rodgers. And then we got, did you guys see the Livy Dunn? She has now decided to do a Miami, I think, was it a Sports Illustrated swimsuit deal?
Yeah, a little runway.
Who's she? Livy Dunn? Originally from?
She was an LSU gymnast that.
That one. Okay, that's who it is. Okay.
She was very, very pretty and had a huge NIL deals, and she's also Paul Skeen's girlfriend.
Oh, the guy from the pictures from the Pirates?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, they both went to LSU together.
We'll do that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Susan Poitras, 100 for Dr. D.
Thank you, Susan.
That's going to go. We'll talk about that next. Oh, shit!
Terry Bradshaw may have the worst stats I've ever seen for a Hall of
Who?
Famer. Terry Bradshaw. He has the worst stats as a Hall of Famer. 212 TDs, 210 interceptions.
Yeah.
That guy's a fucking Hall of Famer.
That's why Jameis Winston's going to be on a Hall of Fame.
It's like a poor man's Brett Favre.
Just think Jameis Winston.
I mean, been on some fucking good teams, but jeez. What's up, Andy? What are you Gidzers? Grouper Lips, Glow Bug. Good morning. You sent the Riley t-shirt well on the Venmo Cash App. Kazook, 75 months. What's up, Doc 7? Berto Perez, 74 months. Whiskey Taco Fart, 46 months. Stop and Go Steve, 83 months. And Cable Dog, 66. 89 months. Woo! Hit that thumbs up. Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Tell Sirach, or whatever his name is. What is it?
Hold on a second. Sarah.
Tell Sarah, no big box.
Yeah, I'm gonna, because, well, I'll be talking to him after. I'm gonna let him know. Sorry.
What's up, YouTubers? I'm over to YouTube land right now.
Sorry, what was that?
CC Hall. Let me see where I'm at here. Give me a thumbs up. 325, that's pretty good. Grouper Lips, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, what were you saying? Sorry.
It says Bradshaw owns the bar at a club, at a country club down in Manatee. Well, you might want to look into that.
All right, hold on 1 second, okay? Hold on.
Grumpy old biker. Grumpy old biker says that he owns.
Who, Terry Bradshaw?
Yeah.
What does he own? Sorry, I was on the phone.
Grumpy old biker says that he owns. He owns the. He owns a club. Hold on here. Grumpy old biker says that he. Here we go. Bradshaw owns the bar at a country club in Manatee. Randomly met him there at an unrelated event.
Man, Dan's not feeling good.
Is he blowing off his asshole right now?
What's that?
Is he blowing off his asshole?
No. I just saw him out in the gym.
Are you doing okay, buddy? Kush?
Yeah. Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lummy, that ain't Charlie on one, is it?
No, it's
okay.
not.
I'm not.
Roger.
I'm done with Charlie.
Yes.
I'm done with you, Charlie. Don't try to call in, because if you happen to call in under a number that we don't know, Lummy knows most of your numbers. I'm going to hang up on you immediately. This is Roger, which I will not hang up on unless he's an asshole. But I don't think he is.
No.
Hi, Roger.
Hey, bud. How you doing? It's
Good.
actually Scott.
You're
from
Roger
Delaware. I talked to
whatever.
I was the one that talked about to Seth about that deodorant caper some months ago.
The what?
The deodorant. I was telling Seth.
Oh, yes.
Tell me what his.
Seth Seth uses a certain type of deodorant that's aluminum free, and I forget what you said it was, Seth. I forget.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
You
don't know what kind of deodorant you use?
You
just roll it. You just roll it on. You don't
roll on.
It was some stuff that didn't have aluminum. Well, I'm here to tell you, I need the aluminum, buddy. I worked right through that.
Oh no.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I'm not necessarily. Dan, is there a link to where aluminum or something like that's in your deodorant can cause issues?
Well, it's interesting. The baby powder seems to cause breast cancer. Talc. Those things when people, girls that used to put baby powder in their armpits and on the chest.
It's called Native, by the way.
I put Native. I put some.
And it's cucumber mint is what I use.
Not
cucumber mint.
Yep, that's what it was.
Not every day, Dan, but like maybe a couple times a week, I'll powder my testicles. Is that? Am I putting my testicles up for possible cancer gimmicks?
I think it was more for breast cancer, not testicular cancer.
Oh, okay,
but,
good. My testicles are pretty, and I think the skin on your testicles are so elephant-like that I think it might be a little more harder to penetrate than women's breast tissue, which is soft and supple.
In some way, you're right, Bubba. Yes.
Now, well, can I ask you a question? Being a plastic surgeon, is indeed the type of skin that's on your sac, your scrotum, if you will, is that a different skin that's on a woman's breast?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that? Is that skin called something different, or is it just called testicle skin?
Testicle skin, scrotum.
And is it seems like it's very elephant-like, the way
it's durable. Some of the strongest parts of your body are your armpits and your groin because and your back because it just needs to take those.
How about your elbows? It seems to have that
different skin,
kind of ball sacky feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, sir, it's the cucumber version of what's it called, Seth?
Mint.
Oh, it's called Native. But you know what? This isn't quite deodorant, but this is a soap update. There's a soap company, Bubba, and I know you might not be familiar with Sydney Sweeney. She's a very good-looking actress right now who's very popular. But they're making 5,000 bars of soap with her bath water in them, and they're selling that.
Ew.
No, not ew. That's in. Her bath water is in.
So she sits.
Soap is hydrophobic. How do you put water in soap?
She sits in the bath and takes a bath, and then they use that water in her bath to make soap?
Yeah.
You wouldn't want any of my soap with my butthole,
Yeah,
like
no one's offering, I think. Yeah.
Soaking and, the whole 9 yards. When you take a bath, a lot of all your private parts are, I'm thinking skin follicles and stuff are coming off. And
that's what people want, Bubba, because she's hot. That's what I'm trying to say is...
That is taking hot to a whole nother marketable level. I'll tell you that right now. Anyway, sir.
Hey, Bob.
Last question. Then we got to go.
Yeah, well, the reason I was calling, I had a question for Dr. Dan. Happy birthday, bud.
Thank you.
I was watching snippets, and I couldn't tell if it was AI or not. And it was Rogan talking with... I forget his name. Well, anyway, have you ever heard of methylene blue? And is there a big scuttlebutt on this that it's good for curing cancer and all this stuff? Have you ever heard of it?
When we use methylene blue, we would literally take a piece of like a stick from a Q-tip, break it, dip it in methylene blue, and draw on people with it. That's what our markers was methylene blue. We'd use that for marking. I have no studies showing its effectiveness against cancer.
Because they were.
It was literally used as ink.
It was used as a felt pen.
Yeah.
To mark out where you were going to do or where you were going to cut or no. Like on an amputee, they'll put like a big NO on the leg that doesn't go or just things like that.
The intraoperative markings were done with methylene blue. And
I knew who it was. Oh, sorry. It was Mel Gibson. He was interviewing Mel Gibson.
Yeah, Mel Gibson's a real scientist.
Yeah, Mel Gibson's a complete.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's a POS.
Right.
I don't know if he's a POS. I don't know if he's a POS,
Yeah.
but he's certainly not a scientist. I wouldn't take my medical advice.
I think he is. But,
All right, bud. Well, good talking to you. I love you. Thanks.
I sent you Sydney Sweeney's bathwater or bath soap.
Susan
I guess
Point-
it's $8 a bar.
Susan Poitras, $100 on the PayPal for Dr. Dan's birthday. Today is Dr. Dan's birthday. Grumpy old biker Lummy in chat on YouTube said that he met Terry Bradshaw at a country club bar in Manatee County, and Bradshaw supposedly owns that bar within a country club at Manatee County. I've never heard of that.
He does have a house in Bradenton. It's saying that he owns it's called a Ox nightclub. I'm trying to find it though. It's not really.
Well, it probably is a little bar in a Manatee country club, and the guy's probably right. Why a grumpy old biker has no reason to lie, right?
Oh no, he doesn't know the location, so I was just trying to find it.
And he does have and it says they have confirmed that he does own a house in Bradenton.
Yes.
You know, also just moved to Bradenton. Scott Baio.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Scott Baio just moved to Bradenton. While Tyrese Halliburton is leading the Indiana Pacers to the Eastern Conference Finals against New York. I'm sorry, this is a couple days old, obviously. It should be saying as Tyrese Halliburton just whipped the Knicks' ass in 6 games. Bidders were facing off at Golden Auctions for one of his top rookie cards. In an eye-popping new record, Halliburton's 2020 Panini Prism Black 1 of 1 sold for $119,560 Saturday night, easily topping the previous record for a solo Halliburton card at $84,000 over 30 days. So, over 30 days, the sales volume, Halliburton's sales volume, according to various market movers, have increased by 404%. Blah 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 blah. So there,
that's an investment right there, and Tyrese Halliburton.
What do you got? Because the guy buys the card for what?
Well, if he turns out to be let's say Luka type guy, that card would be $1 million.
As Brett Favre's scandal hits Netflix, his collectible market hasn't fallen off. Let me just tell you, if you've not watched the Brett Favre documentary on Netflix, don't bother. It's just a big burial job. It really is.
People are going to want to watch it now that you're telling them to not watch it.
Yeah. But Lummy, here's what I'm saying is, I'm trying to downsize and get rid of stuff.
Yes.
Like I still haven't sat down with the merch crick and gone through my old clothes, but I'm going to do that this week. It's one of the things I'm going to do, and list a lot of my old clothes, pre-worn Bubba clothes on my Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, Bubba Army store website. Really, really nice stuff. Some stuff never worn before, like $150. Shirts, back when I was like an XL.
Wow.
So that I'm going to sell for like $15-20. So anyway, maybe I should start selling off some of my sports memorabilia because I don't really care. I don't really care about sports memorabilia, and I have a lot.
Bubba, it's time sensitive too because the Brian Piccolo rookie card is worth less than a Jameis Winston rookie card.
Yeah,
which is bizarre to me.
So, but probably
it wasn't 30 years ago
when the movie first came out. Ryan's Song or Ryan's Hope or whatever it was probably worth a whole bunch.
Right. No one's going to care about Reggie White in 20 years.
So, Lummy, now's the time. We got what is it, hierarchy?
Yes, hierarchy.
What you get privately, ask him what he wants to pay for my Reggie White pants.
Okay.
And then
no, Bubba, because you said you need at least $5,000, and I think that's a tough place to start.
I didn't. Maybe
I think that's
high. I'm gonna have him make me an offer. I said 5. Have him make me an offer. That might be one that I hold on to just because it's a 1 of 1. It's a one of one, and you know what? I've never seen in all the years of sports memorabilia trading, I've never seen a person of the caliber of Reggie White's last pair of pants they wore as a professional on the market to be so. I've never seen it. Pants aren't like jerseys. Actually, pants are more private. I mean, because you're getting up into his,
his jock.
And I mean, you're getting testicle, excretion, butthole. I mean, you're getting.
But the pants are washed. They're not traded. You're right. Pants are rare.
Yeah,
super rare.
I mean, think about how rare game-worn pants are. You don't ever see them. Ever. And not to mention, like, what would a pair of what was the Rice guy's name?
Jerry
Rice? What would Jerry Rice's last pair of pants that he ever wore as a professional go for? What would, what would any of these guys stuff last pair of pants? And this is verified.
It's a little niche, Bubba. I don't.
It's very much a niche.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I don't think there's a lot of.
But it's so.
Comps on
It's
pants.
so nichey that you can't even find it. Like, does that make it obsolete? Does that make it super nichey? Does it make it not valuable? Does it make it?
It's valuable to a Packers or an Eagles or a Reginald White fan. Like, that's who it's valuable. If it's not valuable to the world, there's not going to be thousands of people clamoring, to give you thousands for it. But there's going to be a couple of people that would definitely have some interest.
So
here's some Ray Lewis autographed game used Pro Bowl pants, and that they're going for $2,000.
Okay, so and that guy's still alive.
Yeah.
And Ray Lewis is not the player. I mean, some people may argue, but he's not one of the greatest defensive players ever. I mean, I think the only person the people that are in Reggie White's category are Deion Sanders, Lawrence Taylor. I'm just trying to think like of the great, maybe Aaron Donald. I'm trying to think of like the greatest. If you take the top 5 greatest defensive players of all time in the NFL, regardless of position, Deion's in there, Reggie White's in there,
Lawrence Taylor.
Lawrence Taylor's in there.
Would you put Sapp in there?
No, Sapp's not in. No, Sapp's one of he'd be top 25. I don't think he'd be top 5.
And if you had your dream defense, you wouldn't put him in there?
I don't know. Some people would argue that Aaron Donald's better. Who had more sacks?
I think Aaron Donald did.
Yeah, I'm just saying, so with 3 maybe
they still sign autographs.
Maybe I need some help here from Rumble, or maybe I need some help from YouTube. Allow me to give me some, 2 other names. The top 5, my 3 names of the top 5 defensive players all time in the NFL would be Deion Sanders, Reggie White, Lawrence Taylor. Now give me 2 more.
Buckus.
Nope. I think I don't think Dick Buckus is the greatest. Would be the top 5. I mean, who's the other 2? Who are the other 2? Find me a linebacker, and find me a linebacker and another defensive lineman, and maybe Mean Joe Green. I don't know if we're looking for another linebacker and another down lineman, whether it be a defensive end or whether it be a tackle.
Deacon Jones, Ray Lewis, Ronnie Lott, Bob Lilly, Dick Butkus, Joe Green.
Yeah, all of those.
Bruce Smith.
You'd have to whittle all of what you just said down to 2. So I don't know. I may not sell those, but here's the one thing I will sell. I have a lot of Brett Favre stuff.
A lot?
I got a lot. And it said, the article reads, as Brett Favre scandal hits Netflix, his collectible market hasn't fallen off. Despite being disgraced off the field, Favre's status with collectors still feels strong.
I'd hold out until he dies, which you never know, could be kind of...
What?
Well, I'm saying that's when it's going to really hit its peak.
I don't know if I can wait along now. I mean, I kind of need the money now.
He's got something.
He's got.
I mean, I
is
kind
it
of
Parkinson's or Alzheimer's?
Yeah, he's not
going to die. You live a long time with that, though.
And let me all the Hogan stuff that I got.
Oh God, yeah.
What does that do when he dies? And Hogan's gonna die soon.
Yeah, Hogan might be your best bet.
You think Hogan's going to die before Brett Favre?
Oh hell yeah, Hogan's gonna die within the next 2 years.
Really?
2 years?
Come on. Just
Hold
because
on.
from tanning?
No,
It's a tough business waiting for people to die.
Look, first of all, Dan.
Thanks, Tajay.
First of all, Dan.
Yes.
You will agree that guys over 6'5", 6'6", like the time I talked to Larry Bird, this is the 10th time I've told the story. Larry said, listen, I'm 6'9". I probably won't live much past 72 or 73 years old just because your heart doesn't grow. Your heart's listen, big guys have a little bit bigger of a heart, but not a proportionally bigger heart as they do body, meaning their heart doesn't grow as big as their body does. Their heart grows a little bit, but it's not to the proportion of how much bigger their body grew. Do you agree?
The heart's rhythm depends on its size, and if it's too big, it doesn't make the rhythm correctly. It takes too long for the electrical charge to make it all the way across.
Anyway, their poor little hearts can't usually make it.
No, they don't.
So bigger dudes. Hogan, I think naturally, now he's shrunk because he's all stoved over, but I think naturally at his all-time, most healthiest, Hogan was 6'6". So, and I think
really? He was that tall?
Yeah, he was 6'6". At his, at Rocky 3, he was 6'6".
Yeah.
Rocky 3, he was 6'6". So, and I don't have a lot of signed Hogan stuff. I just got a lot of Hogan audio. And I don't know if that's worth a lot or not. But anyway, I may start shopping around some of my I got a lot of Brett Favre stuff. A lot. And finally, when Terry Bradshaw, everybody's saying that, Aaron Rodgers is going to the Steelers. Everybody says Aaron Rodgers is going to the Steelers.
Everybody seems to be in the camp of waiting for Aaron Rodgers. Cue Terry Bradshaw on a Pittsburgh sports talk station, The Buzz. Listen for yourself.
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback? That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man. That guy needs to stay in California. And go,
Thank
go
you.
somewhere and
you.
chew on bark.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
All right, Sam Yarnell. So that's Terry Bradshaw on 103.
There you go. I mean, not that Terry Bradshaw has any influence on the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I mean, Hall of Fame, Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, but boy, I think Seth was just saying, I've never seen worse numbers for a Hall of Famer.
No, let me.
I looked at it. I mean, 212 TDs to 210 interceptions, 27,000 yards.
Yeah, but
he's in
I
the Hall of Fame.
But look at how many times he handed it off to Franco Harris.
Yeah, but does that get you in the Hall of Fame?
4 championships.
You know what gets you in the Hall of Fame? 4 Super Bowl championships.
Exactly. Same reason that Mahomes going to be there. All you want about statistics? He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. He's got too many Super Bowls.
Hold on. He has the statistics.
But he could stop now and never play another game and still go to the Hall of Fame.
True, but he also could stop now and still have some of the best statistics ever.
I think his stats are better than Terry Bradshaw's are now.
I guarantee you. Livy Dunn splits for Sports Illustrated. She is now again. I didn't know that she's the girlfriend of the Skeens pitcher for the Pirates. I didn't know that she was his girlfriend.
Oh, she is.
All right, hold on. I didn't mean to do this. Let me see.
And by the way, Patrick Mahomes' stats are better than Terry Bradshaw's are now.
Already. As we speak.
Yeah.
Nice ass.
Well, she's a gymnast that's hit puberty.
And you know what? And listen, usually on these runway shows, these ladies have jacked up 2, 3, 4-inch heels that really, really, really pop the ass and the legs.
Mm-hmm.
And this girl's flat-footed, and ass and legs still pop. It's tough. Flat-footed, it looks nice. women that are in shape with nice asses look good flat-footed. But when you, Dan, why is it when a woman puts a heel on, it just makes everything pop so much better? Is it just the way?
It just flexes everything.
Is that what it does? I mean, that's pretty strong.
You like to be her bidet.
Flat-footed. Is that not pretty damn good? I could do that right on top of my wiener.
Dude, think about all the dirt that's been on that carpet. Now it's right on her.
No, it's not. She's going to take a shower. Like, yeah, Dan. Like,
let me drag my vagina where you've been walking.
Like if she came up to you and said, "Hey, do you want to take me back?" And you go, "No, because you were walking on a runway that was a little bit dirty."
And you rubbed your vagina on the dirty floor. She's little though too, isn't she?
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. That picture's the man. Taylor Swift got back. No, not uh-oh. For a year. When we come back, we'll get to this. For years. Now, I need to throw it over my Taylor Swift expert, Seth Kushner. But it's my understanding that when she first got into the business, she wasn't nearly as known. She was a virtual unknown. And she signed maybe not the best deal. And they owned the record. They owned her rights to her music for her first. Was it her first 6 albums or 5 albums?
I believe 6.
Yeah, her first 6
albums. Does she have like 8?
No, she's got like 13 or 14.
She's got a bunch because part of the story is once someone else bought her catalog, then she re-recorded all of her music. And so all of her,
you did it all?
Yeah, all her fans listened to the re-record.
Yeah, all of them went out and bought the re-records as faith, as kind of a, as kind of a it's kind of to support her because she got screwed over. So her first record label or her first somebody, it was a dude. Some guy bought her record label that she was on, and she didn't own her music rights to her first 6 albums, and it's been a roller coaster of like a decade of her trying to get them back. And I think that she finally got it back. And it was for how many million, Seth? 320?
That she bought her at catalog back for?
Yeah.
350 million.
350 million.
She dropped 350 on her own songs?
Yep. That's how much money she's got. We'll do that next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
I had to wash it out. Here it is. Hey, look, we're big box.
Come back with that.
Something there, and I just figured.
We're big box. Yay.
Are we big box?
Yeah.
No, Lummy, don't come back with nothing because I don't think I'm gonna sell them.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
I was gonna do it, but I'm not gonna sell them. I'm just gonna hold on to them.
Iggy. Is it Jeff Sprout from Davenport?
Ray J said that Suge Knight used to take guys up the ass and that he used to send guys to the store to buy like 20 sticks of butter.
Wait, Suge Knight took it in the ass?
No, he would take people. He would take people's ass, and then he would shove a stick of butter up their ass before he fucked it. That's what Ray J said.
Was Ray J get fucked in the ass?
I think people were saying he was, but I think he's saying he wasn't. But I'm not really sure anymore. Let me know.
So who do you think got fucked in the ass, bud?
I think Suge Knight fucked a lot of people in the ass.
Oh,
the butter thing is the
butter can't be good lubricant.
I don't know, dude.
Seemed like it get a little sticky to me.
Look, I don't know, man. Ooh, finally got some good dandruff shampoo, eh?
Interaction is key. Interaction. Call now 813-90-BUBBA. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Vicariously entertaining.
Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Celebrate Dr. Dan Diaco's birthday.
Woo!
He celebrated last night, ate too much, and blew out his butthole.
Stomachache all night too, rolling around, burping.
And you haven't gone up and blown up and used my bidet yet, have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Again, all at the Bubba Army. You can also go to BubbaArmyTips.com. Go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. That's pretty much everything we've ever done. You can stream or download that. It has 2 levels of membership, and it supports the show greatly. Thank you so much. Here's the Taylor Swift story.
Taylor Swift now owns her entire catalog of music. The pop star brought back her recordings from their most recent owner, private equity firm Shamrock Capital. That includes her music videos.
I wonder what Shamrock Capital paid for it when they bought it out from underneath her back in the day.
Well, I think it's been passed around a couple of times, but I think the initial buy from Scooter Braun was $330 million.
Oh, so really not a big gouge, or like she didn't, it wasn't, they paid 16, 17 million for it and she has to pay 320. Like it's kind of been passed around and been kind of a push, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know when you're holding her catalog. I don't know what they were able to make.
You're right. The money they could make on. Yeah, you're right. So you can sell it for what you pay for it because probably by owning it yearly, it generated X, right?
I mean, there's no way it couldn't generate millions and millions of dollars.
Millions. Mushroom Mitch, Lummy, Dr. Dan, happy birthday, 25 with a PayPal. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, The Bubba Army. Today is Dr. Dan's birthday.
Firm Shamrock Capital. That includes her music videos, concert films, album art, and photography, along with unreleased songs. She did not disclose the cost. In 2019, Swift publicly opposed the sale of the master recordings of her first 6 albums by her former record label.
First 6.
Over the last few years, she has been re-recording and re-releasing the albums, calling them Taylor's version.
Good for her. I mean, that probably was, really a thorn in her side. Like, somebody else.
Wait, that she sold it and made millions of dollars from it and then tried to bypass it and re-record them?
No. Somebody owned
her record label.
Her record label that she was on owned it and sold it.
Oh, so she didn't get the money?
She got nothing for it.
Oh.
And all these people have been making, any time one of those songs that weren't re-recorded by her and they were the originals were played on radio and used in whatever, and there was probably, I would say something like that made tens of millions, if not more, money per year by being the owner of that material.
She's always been mad because they never gave her the opportunity to buy her own music.
Mickey McGillicuddy, $20.
$20, Iggy!
Thank you.
Yeah,
Dan.
and Dan, so when they sold it out from underneath her, they never allowed her to buy it. They never said, Taylor, we're thinking about selling your first 6 albums. We'd like to have X amount of dollars for it. They just sold it, screwed her over. So now she's complete.
I'm surprised that the person that bought that wasn't able to sue her for taking samples from her old songs essentially and redoing them. Well, making covers of her own songs.
Yeah, but here's the deal. She wrote them.
They own them.
They may own the recording of what she wrote at that time, but she wrote them. So, again, it would get into a big trademark intellectual property, I'm sure there was many of lawyers. I'm sure she looked into that.
The reason that Prince changed his name to that symbol that said, the artist formerly known as Prince was the record label owned his name.
Yeah,
He couldn't use the word Prince. They took it from him.
Not to make this all about myself, but I happen to be one of the very few artists who my name is federally trademarked. There's been many other artists that have tried, and I just had a good lawyer that put a good presentation together, and I own Bubba the Love Sponge. My Bubba the Love Sponge is a federally trademarked name. So is the 12 Boobs of Christmas, the Bubba Army, toys for. There's a couple. I have about.
Wasn't some of your nicknames for some of your characters also trademarked?
I did. I own several different trademarks. So this is reporting, Lummy, that I don't know if one of the reasons why Elon Musk kind of backed out of Doge. Now I know that he
timed out.
I know he timed out, but he's also kind of he's kind of Shakespearean off and taking a back step to the whole being in the forefront of Trump's administration and helping Trump because they're saying because of his intense drug use. And he's admitted so, and this could potentially be a problem.
Rough last day in government for Elon Musk, who showed up to the Oval Office for some kind of send-off with a black eye, just hours after new bombshell reporting on allegations of his voracious drug use. In a lengthy article citing people...
Man, he does not look good there at all, does he not? Oh, he looks horrible. Face, cheeks,
Have you ever seen a collage of like really important people with black eyes? It's disturbing. Everyone from Senate majority leaders to actors all having a black eye. It's bizarre, Bubba. It's like this whole thing of all these important people have had some ritual thing.
Hogan had a black eye, I think, at WrestleMania 9 or something.
Well, he's wrestling. That's different.
No, it's a jet ski incident.
No, it was a jet ski incident. I know about it.
They claimed it was a Macho Man.
Yeah, they claimed that Macho Man hit him, and Macho Man did not hit him. We were docking the jet skis, and he was behind one. And you know how jet skis are really unstable when, like when a boat goes by, and there's a little bit of a wake. That wake really affects the jet ski and how much it bobbles around. And Hogan was trying to get on the back of one of his jet skis, and a boat came and created a little bit of a wake. And as he was hiking himself up on the jet ski, the end of the jet ski tagged his eye because of the wake. It was really, as much as they tried to make it a big deal, it was really quite that simple. It wasn't a big deal. And they tried to say, Bret Hart tried to say, Macho Man told me he hit him. Macho Man was nowhere there. It was Brian Blair, me, and Brutus the Barber Beefcake, and Hogan. Those are the people there. Were there. Macho wasn't even there. I think Macho got to WrestleMania a day earlier than Hogan did. So how could he have punched him in the eye?
Familiar with his activities, the New York Times reports that Musk's drug consumption went well beyond occasional use.
Listen to this. Listen to what old Elon was doing.
He told people he was taking so much ketamine, a powerful anesthetic, that it was affecting his bladder, a known effect of chronic use.
Dan, would overuse of ketamine affect your bladder?
Ketamine is something that I don't ever use, and so I don't really know the bladder side effects.
Now, is there medical use for ketamine?
Yeah, they sometimes sedate kids with ketamine.
They're using it for depression now.
Sometimes a little drop of it.
He says he gets treated, or he got treated for ketamine.
Now, does ketamine come in pills, or is it always injectable or liquid?
I think it's both.
I learned that today from the New York Times. Didn't know that. He took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms, and he traveled with a daily medication box that he held about 20 pills, including ones with the markings of the stimulant Adderall, according to a photo of the box and people who have seen it.
I mean, listen, if he's got a prescription for it all
right,
he's street legal. That's what Hogan used to say. Street legal.
That's right.
The Times adds that.
And when you travel, if you got a bunch, if you're on a bunch of stuff and you travel, don't mix it all in one. Don't throw it all in one container. They will bust your ass in a minute. You have to have it in each individual.
What do you think? He's flying Southwest, Bubba?
No, but I'm saying, I've flown commercial before with Hogan, first class, and we got pulled over and told the good news. I could bust you for all of this, but you got to have it in each individual bottle. The Somas and the Perks and all that. You just can't have it in a Rattler, Lummy. You got to have it in its Soma bottle, its Perk bottle. You got to have it all in.
Didn't that happen to you when you were flying private with the lady that was in another plane or whatever?
Yeah. We're not getting into that.
Okay, Elon Musk said his black eye is from his 5-year-old punching him in the eye while they were horse playing.
5-year-old's got a hell of a punch on him.
He sure does.
Sign him up.
Use on the campaign trail was more than occasional. It is unclear whether he was taking drugs when he became a fixture at the White House this year.
Who cares? I think Elon Musk is so brilliant that he can take drugs. Like, who cares? Right?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, he seems pretty sharp to me, right?
Yeah, drug it out.
It's the same guys who are saying, there's no evidence that any cocaine was ever found on any of the presidents or any of his family. I mean, these are the same guys that were so passing off the cocaine. They're so indignant about Elon Musk possibly using,
Did you ever notice that we
drugs.
never, ever found out whose cocaine was in the White House?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we never found...
Most secure building in America.
Right. The most secured building in America, and which goes to show you that, in my opinion, whose cocaine in the White House, whose it was obviously somebody that doesn't get daily screened.
Right.
Meaning,
important person.
They didn't screen Joe every time he went through various parts of the White House.
Correct.
And so I do know a Secret Service guy that says, even if you're Secret Service, even if you work in the, even if you're the potential speaker of the, press secretary or chief of staff, you could get screened 3 or 4 different times upon entering into different areas of the White House, and the most secure area of the White House is the Oval Office in the West Wing. And so you can have been screened to get in the building, but to get into the West Wing, you got to get screened again. So this is strictly my opinion upon talking to my Secret Service guy, is the only way that nobody gets re-screened into the West Wing is for somebody that lives there or is there a lot. I mean, if that doesn't scream of Hunter Biden, who does? They don't re-screen Hunter Biden. I don't even know that they screen Hunter Biden. I don't even know that, like the regular people that work there, the chefs and the butlers and the grounds crew and the cleaning crew and the cooks and the assistants and all the people that work inside the White House, the whole ecosystem of workers are all thoroughly screened, metal detected, patted down before they go to work. And if they go into certain areas of the White House, they are re-patted down, re-screened, re-metal detected. And the Oval Office in the West Wing is one of those areas where you get re-screened. Doesn't it make sense that whomever's cocaine that was from a person that's not subjected to normal screenings?
You would think so.
That's what I would say.
Well, it says it looks like Dan Bongino is going to be reopening that case along with the pipe bomb case.
50 Cent said, I'm going to speak to the president about a Diddy pardon, but I'm not demanding that he did anything. Remember when, I think this is a huge mistake for Donald Trump to have made this comment when asked about, as he's pardoning everybody and their brother, when he was asking about a potential P. Diddy, I think, Dan, the answer should have been this. You know what? It's way too early in this game for me to consider that at all. That's not even on my radar. I mean, let the guy have his day in court before that question's even asked to me, and I can't give you an answer at all.
It would be nice.
Instead of, you know what, I'll tell you, I'd look at the case. I'd definitely look at it. Yes, I would. You don't even say that. You say the guy hasn't even been convicted. He's innocent till proven guilty.
Yep.
And he's not been proven guilty yet. So I don't have anything I'm not going to meander or to mess with this thing until we have an outcome. Period. Of course, I look at skid steer attachments, so I always get skid steer attachment parts.
Love those.
And this one's a little bit more of a page 6 question, but back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, that relationship busted up. From what I read, I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but
just not the right answer from the president. I mean, just not the right.
Yeah,
look.
but he really didn't say anything.
Yeah, but when
he was like, I'm not really.
I would have distanced myself. I wouldn't have said before I ran for politics. He really liked me a lot. Nobody needs to know any of that.
I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. It's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing.
Yeah, because of getting the Chrisleys out. Our country's way better now.
So I can't, it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Absolutely not the right answer. Not the right answer. I mean, I think you say, listen, he's right now, he's innocent. He's presumed innocent before, innocent until proven guilty. When he's proven guilty, if indeed he does get proven guilty, potentially I'll look at the case. But we're way distant from that. I'm going to let the court system run its course. I'm going to let the court system do its thing, and then potentially, I could look at it. What are you going to say?
I know he's not on trial for the Cassie video, but it would be really hard if he's found guilty of something to pardon him with that video that would follow every report of him being pardoned.
Just not a good move at all. 50 Cent's going to the Oval Office eventually to have a chat with President Trump about Diddy. Hell yeah. Telling fans that he plans to share his raw thoughts with the prez, but not to convince the prez to take the pardon off the table. The rapper has put up a fury of posts about the president saying in a recent interview that he would consider pardoning Diddy if the mogul, no, he didn't say that. He didn't say that he would consider. He said he would look at it. I mean, right?
Yeah.
He said
that's arguably considering too, though. I mean, they're splitting hairs,
What are we pardoning though? He's in the middle of the trial. I mean, aren't we just kind of like reaching ahead to grab some headlines here?
Oh, Biden pardoned people for things that have never been charged. You can preemptively pardon people,
but in the middle of a trial.
Yeah.
50 wrote. Hold on. So a president, while a guy is in the middle of a trial, there's been no outcome. Hasn't gone to the jury yet. They haven't rested. There's been closing arguments where the defense. Then the state and the defense gets to come back. That's how it goes. It goes defense, state, defense. Right, Dan? I think that's the way it goes.
No, it goes state, defense, state. State gets the last word.
Are you sure?
Certain.
Are you sure?
The prosecution puts on the case. The defense puts on their defense, and then the prosecution puts on the rebuttal case. Yes.
I'm talking about in closing arguments.
In closing arguments,
Same
it goes
way.
prosecutor, defense, and prosecutor gets one last stab at it. Get the last word in.
In the first 50 wrote, he said some really bad things about Trump. And it's not okay. I'm going to reach out so he knows how I feel about this guy. Well, several news outlets took that to mean 50 is going to make sure that P. Diddy stays locked up, which 50 says is taking his statements too far. 50 Cent in some various tweets said, 50 Cent says, Donald doesn't take well to disrespect. He doesn't forget he doesn't forget who chooses to go against him while working tirelessly to make America great again. There's no room for distraction. He would consider pardoning anyone who is being mistreated, not Puffy Daddy.
So, Bubba, I mean, think about it. So, for instance, like Taylor Swift and he don't get along. So Taylor Swift got in some big tax problem, for instance, and she got a big tax charge against her for hundreds of millions of dollars of tax fraud.
Not going to happen with her. She's the most well-handled celebrity in the world. But anyway,
but
go
hypothetically,
ahead. Right.
Someone like her, who the world loves, but Trump hates, he would not pardon her. She went out. She spoke out against him. And if Diddy, I don't know what he's done over the last 6 years, but if he flapped his lips against Trump, good luck, kid. Because when you're screwed, you're friends. But when you're not screwed, you're an enemy.
And that's what 50 Cent's saying. He
Yep.
said some really bad things about Trump. It's not okay.
It's not okay.
I'm going to reach out so that he knows how I feel about this guy. I didn't say I would nuke anything. I simply said I would make sure that Trump is aware. I think 50 Cent, that's well within his rights. If he's got a relationship and the availability to be able to talk to Donald Trump, 50 Cent should roll in there and say, hey, because you don't pay attention to this rap world, so to speak, like I do. And I'm one of the, he's probably one of the kingmakers. I mean, Seth, in rap music, is 50 one of, is he on the Dre, Snoop, Eminem? Is 50 in that category of royalty?
I mean, I think he is, but not necessarily musically. I think for a lot of what he's done as far as like TV, movies.
When he did the Power series.
Yeah, some of his investments, like vitamin water.
Yeah, I remember he put like 8 cents into vitamin water. I mean, he did.
Became a billionaire.
Oh, I think Seth, was it 25% ownership or something?
I don't know. I just heard he made it was. I started drinking it right at the point that I think he sold his stuff. So I just heard he made like $400 million.
Alexa, good morning. Good morning, Alexa. You got to say it both ways to get her going.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
She can't even help me with that. Hey, Alexa, how much money did 50 Cent make on his vitamin water investment?
50 Cent made approximately $55 million after taxes from his investment in vitamin water.
I thought it was more than that.
No, he sold it, and I guess he got $100 million, but then after taxes. But his potential, how much he invested was zero.
Zero?
Yeah.
And by the way, man, I look at my pictures in the back of me, let me the ongoing, and I'm getting a little bit bored. Send me some pictures. Was it Bubba Army Pics?
Bubba Army Pics at gmail.com.
Bubba Army Pics, Pics. Show me some pictures of your Bubba Army or your Bubba Army sticker on your four-wheeler or your flag or whatever. Show me some pics because it's getting, I don't think we're quite at 4 hours yet, Lummy. I think
we're just a little short.
Macho Man, are we over? Are we in the 3 hours? Or are we still in 2s? Oh yeah, right now I'm doing a bicep video. Yeah, I don't know, but I
know we're over 3.
I know that we need more pictures. So send us your Bubba Army pics.
I think it's 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're 40 minutes away from having a complete show. I like to get like 5 hours, Lummy. That would mean, it wouldn't repeat during a show.
Yeah, we
like to
hour.
get like 100 hours.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Wow.
Repeat once every 2 weeks.
Yeah. So, Seth, I think you're right. Is the fact that one, Trump probably doesn't know what P. Diddy was saying when Trump was on the campaign trail, and P. Diddy was a free man. 2, it's tough to pardon a guy, regardless of if he got a fair trial or not, for that Cassie video for what he did in that hotel in Los Angeles. That's a tough pill to swallow for your female, fans and registered Republicans have voted for you. That's a tough pill to swallow. It really is.
Bubba, would you listen, President Bubba? Some guy that did not really toot your horn the entire time, went against you a little bit, kind of was back and forth. Now he needs a favor. Are you gonna Bubba pardon him, or are you gonna tell him to go F himself?
Go F himself?
Exactly.
Because I've looked the other way too many times. Hell, let's not forget when I went to 102.5 The Bone in 2007, late 2007 and 2008, Jay O'Connor came to me and said, afternoon drive, Mike Calta, they play 11 songs an hour. They talk a little bit. I know you guys have had issues. We can just let him go and just put a regular music jock in there. This is before they were going to go talk. Don't forget I was the only form of talk they had 08, 09 for 5 years. For 5 years, it was me in the morning, all talk, and then classic rock all day.
Right.
And I should have said, no, fire him. He's a piece of shiz.
Mm-hmm.
And instead I go, no, man, I don't even want to get it. I don't even want to get into it.
Because being noble ended up screwing you.
Being noble ended up, ruining my life.
Right. And so, again, I think Trump has learned the second term to be not the pansy and not be so loving to everybody and really took note. Like Santa Claus, he's got his list of who's been naughty and who's been nice. And if you've been naughty, he ain't going to help you. And I don't blame him. And he shouldn't. If you spoke out against him in the last 6 years and were one of those people that just attacked, and then now you're in trouble, you go back, oh, please, Mr. President, I need some help. F off, kid. This is the time, and Bubba, you've done this before. There's times in your life where you have to take an inventory as to who's been good to you and who's taken advantage of you or tried to screw you over. And those people should be dead to you forever.
Yeah, well, I'm in the, yeah.
They should. I'm so tired of people asking for third chances.
I'm tired of giving golden handcuffs. I'm starting to press charges. Oregon female athletes don't stand as the transgender competitor gets their medal. I guess everybody else walked off the stage. And then did you see, sure enough, that California.
Yeah, she won.
She won And then it was, I didn't get a story for that. Will you find me a story for that?
Yes.
I want to get into that, the Oregon deal, and then I want to get into celebrities continue to be named in the Pitti trial. Supposedly Whitney Houston, Mike Myers, and others have they dropped major allegations, or within the trial their names have come up with major allegations?
Let's just accuse a bunch of dead people of bad stuff.
What?
Whitney Houston?
Yeah, I mean, what's she gonna do?
Yeah, true.
All right, let's.
And Mike Myers, he's still alive though.
Barely.
No, he's very healthy.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's doing good.
Yeah, he's doing good. Dan, you're kind of on a hater mode today.
No, not really.
Because you blew out your O-ring.
Yeah,
and
I'm just
you're
mad at everybody.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, Whitney Houston. Why would you pick on a dead person?
Why not? I mean, why not? If she was part of this, I mean, if it can help the prosecution, I don't know who it helps. I don't know who.
What they say she did.
I don't know who's dropping it. It says Diddy trial shock. Whitney Houston and Mike Myers name dropped in major allegations.
Again, so what does this have to do with racketeering? This trial is being filled with such distractions. It's silly. It's guys, we've learned from overcharging and overtrying things back in the OJ stuff. If you have a charge, try the charge and stop. When you start bringing all this stuff like they did with Cosby, like they did with Weinstein,
Casey Anthony,
it just ruins the case. I mean, have a focused case or don't bring a case.
We'll get into that next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
In the third week of Diddy's sex trafficking and racketeering trial, the testimony in the 55-year-old music producer's trial began May 12th. The disgraced music mogul appeared in court to sit through testimony from another alleged victim.
Hey, Dan.
His former assistant, Capricorn Clock, is continuing.
Can you come look at this thing?
Sure.
I think it's not a pimple, and it's not like a sting or something. It
looks like Lyme disease.
No, it's not a pimple because I've picked the shit out of it, but right there, it's not, and it hurts to the touch, and it doesn't. Yeah, you try it. Go ahead. I mean,
it's a basal cell then. It needs to be biopsied.
Yeah. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
You just cut it out and stitch it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Send it.
Okay.
Maybe just do a punch biopsy of it.
Whatever you want to do to it.
Yeah, you need to get biopsy. If it's not healing and it's not pussing.
It's not.
It's a basal cell.
And it hurts. And it has it to the...
Hurts doesn't usually mean cancer. Hurts usually mean inflammation. But if it's not healing, it needs to be biopsied. It could be something bad.
What do you do? Just
take a punch of it and send it to the pathologist. You got insurance.
Yeah, I know.
You got fair skin and you've been farting for a long time, and your arms have always been out.
This.
Yeah,
I got that. So I'm going to have you take all three of them out.
Okay. We take one or two of them, because if one's bad, then they're all bad. If one's good, then they're probably not bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they tend to all do the same.
Yeah.
Just real fast.
Did you find me the California shit?
I sent it to your IM.
Thank you.
Come on.
In California's high school track and field championship, as the DOJ investigates the state to determine if they likely stop for trans athletes competing against a box.
And it's just not.
Mitch, thank you.
So Cracker Chris.
What are my Green Bay Packer Charles Woodson autograph gimmicks worth?
Oh, I'm sure pretty good.
Powder pig and sand.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Xerxes, Grumpy Man, Purple Biker, CC, Apple Mike, GR,
Fish on the J.
Diva, Wolfgang, Slim Slayer, Cracker Chris, Skippy, Yinzer.
Let me also find me the Pat McAfee goes off on a cougar.
Okay.
GR, Wayne Galso, Beach Metal, AK,
Okay, hold on, right.
Biggie,
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Fish on the J. 25. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. It's how we keep it all together. Listener funded, or we wouldn't be here, my friend. Appreciate you. More than you know. We don't know who's naming what. I saw something that flashed up on one of my feeds that said that Aston or Kutcher or whatever hell his name is just made some shocking revelations or comments about P. Diddy and how it was all true. I think all that's nonsense. I think that's all clickbait.
Really?
Well, I mean, I know
He'd
that
be in that circle.
I don't
he
know
was at that time.
I don't know unless you've been called to the stand and testified. I don't know that anybody has. I think it would be a kiss of death if you would go out on your various forums, whether it be your Facebook, your X, your Twitter, your Instagram, your Truth Social, whatever means, your Snapchat, your YouTube, your Rumble, whatever means Austin Kutcher has to get his message out. I think it would be, really not in his best interest to be saying anything about this trial. And the only time you would say anything about this P. Diddy trial is if you were called as a witness. And that would be the only time, especially if you could potentially be on the side that he's on, which they're making allegations that he, participated in freak-offs, knew about freak-offs. I mean, look what happened to that Danny Matherson guy, right?
Sure did, yeah.
A little bit of a scuttlebutt that he was, screwing around with some chicks. They highly organized. Even the Scientology couldn't save him. He gets convicted of raping 2 chicks. He will spend the rest of his life in prison.
How long was his sentence? Was it
30 years.
Jesus.
30 years.
Celebrities continue to be name-dropped during explosive testimony in Sean Diddy Combs' trial. Whitney Houston, Mike Myers, and Mariah Carey are a few A-list stars who came up during testimony.
All right, so this is during testimony, right? I'm assuming of the trial.
In the 3rd week of Diddy's sex trafficking and racketeering trial. The testimony in the 55-year-old music producer's trial began May 12th. The disgraced music mogul appeared in court to sit through.
Are they on their fourth week now?
Yeah, I think it's coming up on their fourth week.
Through testimony from another alleged victim, Mia, his former assistant, Capricorn Clark, and celebrity stylist Deontay Nash. Diddy key witnesses could hurt prosecution's case, despite explosive testimony. Expert. Diddy's former executive assistant, Capricorn Clark.
They're saying that some of this testimony could hurt the prosecution.
Mentioned both Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey during her testimony in the sex trafficking trial. Clark claimed she thought Cassie was talented, but was more of a studio artist. Why do you think she just had talent as opposed to being very talented? Diddy's lawyer asked the ex-assistant. Talented to me is Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey, Clark said. Very talented is...
Well, I'm done. If that's the type of way that she dropped Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey's names as compared to the talent level they possess compared to the talent level that Cassie possessed, then this is just clickbait. I mean, this is what we do every day, is we clickbait.
Yes, we do.
You know, I'm just saying. We're guilty of it. We haven't even got to our clickbait, but we will. We'll get to it. This is Now, this is Oregon female athletes don't stand next to transgender competitor on medal podium at state finish. And California had the dude won triple jump and then tied high jump. And California's got this new rule now where like there's two winners. There's the trans winner and then there's the regular girl winner, and they're both winners. But realistically, man, I don't want to win with nobody. I want to win myself. I want to be the only winner. I don't want to win the girl part of it, but the boy beat me still, but the boy's got the same trophy I got. That's if that is not the wokest, softest, stupidest stuff I've ever heard in my life, then what is? And that all goes along the lines of the law that California has passed, where that's how they do it.
It's. Place from Lincoln, Lily Mather. In 7th place from Prince Pass, Kelly Brandis. A tie for 5th place.
So we're looking at here. I think this big box right here.
Yes.
Is what we're looking at.
It's Carly Gentritza. Also in 5th place from Miami Wells, Leon Rose. 4th place honors to Sherwood's Reese Ecker. In 3rd place from Tiger, Alexa Anderson. Your runner-up from South Bedford, Paige Shepard. And your 2025 16 girls high jump state champion, she jumped 5 1/4 from Mountainside, Catherine Phillips.
Now, where are they walking off of?
I guess they never went up to the stand or whatever.
Never went up to get to the podium?
Yeah.
To me, it looks like they're standing on the podium here.
No, the third and second.
What's that?
Fourth and third.
Walked. Yeah. Well, I mean that's not near the story I thought it was going to be. I thought they were all going to mass walk off. Here is the California story. And if I'm Trump, I'm tired of that. You guys are soft like butter, and you're going to make rules like this where you're actually. This is a state sanctioned rule for high school athletics.
Today, a biological male is scheduled to compete in California's high school track and field championships as the DOJ investigates the state to determine if they violate.
And why do we got to blur out their faces?
They high school kids?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're minors.
Still, they're not doing anything that puts them in bad light.
They are. They're competing as females, as biological males, and so some people are going to absolutely vilify and hate them.
Title IX for allowing.
Well, they're only.
I know,
Maybe
they're 17,
maybe
16.
but this
Protect them.
this is the boy they're blurring.
But they still protect all of them.
biological
I don't
males
care
to
if boys,
compete
girls,
in
protect them.
women's sports. Our next guest filed her own federal lawsuit.
See, I think Dan, the real women, the women that are real women with real vaginas, they don't blur them out because there's nothing to blur out. I mean, a 16-year-old girl running a track meet's not putting her in bad light. It's not a sexual thing.
But they're using these people as mean. They're calling the biological females like, intolerant and mean, and they're showing their faces. They're taking the transgender person and they're hiding that face. So you see, even the media is sort of doxing the people criticizing, but protecting the people under criticism.
Kind of. So
if
you're
you
right.
look at it that way, it's not being consistent.
They don't blur out the real females, the biological females that have brought this lawsuit, to fruition.
So you can attack them.
You can show them. And there's going to be some weirdos out there that hate them because, like, why would you bring a lawsuit against a girl? She's transitioning.
After she lost her varsity cross-country spot to a trans athlete. Joining us now.
As a dad, and you have a daughter, what if your daughter was like, I know that she participated. She did
crew.
Okay, so yeah, crew.
So a guy doing crew would destroy her.
No, hold on. So let's say her crew versus another crew in the state finals.
Right.
Okay. And Sophie's a senior. They've been,
she's been doing it for 4 years.
She's been doing it for 4
Hard
years.
Training.
They've been, every year they've got, maybe her freshman year, they didn't go to state. Her sophomore year, they go to state, but get like 6th. Her junior year, they go to state and they get 2nd. And they're, odds on.
Now's her chance.
Yeah, now she's a senior.
Right.
Now she's a senior.
Right.
And the team that beat her last year, they were all seniors. They're graduated out.
Mm-hmm.
Sophia's crew team has got, ranked number 1 in the state. No, they're ranked number 2 in the state because the number 1 crew has, a guy on it. And that just now only have, now how many are in crew, Dan? 8?
It depends. There's single, there's 2, there's 4, and there's 8.
What does Sophia participate?
She would do the 4 with someone called a coxswain.
All right, so 4 rowers and a coxswain.
Yeah, the coxswain would be like row and steer.
All right, so she's in the 4-banger.
Yes.
So they go against another 4-banger, but within that 4, 1 is a biological male.
Mm-hmm.
They're number 1 in the state. They're killing everybody. This is supposed to be Sophia's year. If it wasn't for this, because one guy on a team could really make a difference, could he not?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, really, what would you do if Sophia's team got 2nd and there was a biological male on the other team that beat them? Would you not would you not absolutely turn into crazy ass Dan?
Oh, yeah.
At the state finals?
Oh, absolutely. I'd go absolutely bananas. I would not tolerate it one bit.
His high school cross-country athlete, Taylor Starling, with her father, Ryan Starling, and their attorney, Jillianne Fleischer. Thank you all for joining us, and especially you, Taylor. Now, I want to... you've obviously devoted much...
This, by the way, this reporter's horrible.
Much of your young life
on the weekends.
to...
That's why he's on. Yeah, that's why he's on at 6:35 Pacific time on Saturday.
Running. What is it like to go out and compete at something you're very good at and you've really spent a lot of time becoming better at, and then you wind up competing against a biological male?
It's just sad to see that these boys are taking girls their fairness in sports away from them, because women 50 years have fought for their rights, and it's...
Of course, I don't have any ad-free.
That's the whole thing, and she's just summarized it right there. Women have been fighting for equality and fair representation in sports, especially in college sports, for years, decades. We've had federal laws to help protect that. And to allow their triumphs to be tainted by allowing biological males to just go in there and destroy them is just so disingenuous to the philosophy of what they were trying to accomplish for women's athletes for the last 50 years.
Bubba, what if we made Save Girls Sports Bubba Army shirts?
We should. I mean, like for like
It'd be a hot ticket.
Well, because I'm all for it. Like,
I know.
I'm completely behind this whole movement. Like, I mean, like
there's a lot of passion for it out there.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I think most parents, whether you have a boy or a girl, like just most, and it's not even it's more of a Democratic thing than it is Republican. But there's obviously Brian Petroni, a Democrat. He's like, man, this really happens to be across political lines. This is a very, very, very minute part of the Democratic weirdo party that really, really is backing this. Most normal-minded people know that this is common sense.
I sent you.
This is straight common sense.
I sent you an interview they did with her, I guess, after the state championship and her mom.
So should I get rid of this?
Yeah,
and go to what you
go
just
to
sent
AB
me?
Hernandez. Yeah.
I mean, like this shouldn't be a political thing. This is a what's right and what's wrong thing. But it seems to be the Democrats, have
It's got to be political because you got to make rules about it.
Yeah, you're right. So then those rules are made by politicians, right, bud? I mean,
they're made by somebody that's political.
So is that the transgender athlete?
This is AB Hernandez that won high jump and won the triple jump.
AB, like a boy?
Nervous right now, state finals, back here again. Just like trying not to get in my head and just relax.
She hides that 5 o'clock shadow really well.
It's a little harder this year.
Listen, for anybody that's transitioning, Dan does have a laser that can really take care of that for you.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan doesn't discriminate against people. Dan, let me ask you a question. You doing the best boob jobs in town? By far, that's one of your many things that you're really, really good at. Diaco Institute of Plastic Surgery.
Yes, 888-8-DIACOS, DIACOS. Call us. We have summer specials going on, 25% off.
4-8 and Diacos. Everything from men hair transplants
yes,
to
but we got yours scheduled.
To Botox to we need to talk about whether I'm going to do that or not. I'm a little scared.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
scary.
So 4-8s and Diacos and 20% off if you mention Bubba Army on anything.
Hernandez opening up for the first time about her ongoing participation.
And Dan, have you put like breasts and have you
done a breast augmentation on a biological male that identifies as a female? Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yes. As a doctor, I have. They're not competing in high school. College,
no, these are adults.
These are adults. They're in their 30s and 40s
I'm
and 50s.
assuming, Dan, that you draw the line at being an adult.
Oh, I'm not touching a kid.
But if I was a high school kid transitioning,
don't call me.
And I needed some hoots, could you give me the ones that would help me swim faster?
Yes.
Okay.
And help you
Which would be none.
Exactly.
Boobs
will slow you down in the water.
As a trans athlete in a high school girls sports competition, it's generated strong criticism, including from President Trump, who threatened to cut state funding.
Bubba, I'm sorry. This is another thing that this should be a simple one, because it would knock out 95% of these pretenders. Okay, guys, if you want to say that you identify as a female, you can't have a penis. You have to have that second surgery. If you have that second surgery, then we'll let's consider letting you compete with the girls. But when a guy can just put on a wig, take hormones for 3 months, and then still have his penis and testicles,
but here's
and
a problem.
compete as a girl, that's unfair.
But here's a problem. I don't think anybody, any lawmaker, or any plastic surgeon worth their worth, or any person that I don't even think that now is taking off your penis. Do you go to a plastic surgeon for that?
It's a combination plastic surgery urologist.
Okay,
usually.
so
it's usually a team.
I heard tattoo artists could do it. Is that not true?
Yeah, you can't tattoo a vagina.
Okay. I heard the place that you go get your Botox can do it too.
Yeah, why not?
So anyway, here's the deal. I don't think that any doctor urologist and or plastic surgeon, which is required to turn your penis into a vagina.
Yes, it's a major surgery. Multiple steps.
I don't think that they ethically would even touch a person that wasn't over 18.
Wrong. They're
Really?
doing it all the time.
For real?
You could ask your friend Alan.
I wouldn't even my friend Alan. I don't know.
Our guy, you know who he is. Alan, from the golf guy that had the Dove commercial with his wife. His wife's a doctor in the Midwest.
You know Alan, he was transitioning.
His wife does that stuff. She works with him.
From the University of Cincinnati.
Yes, exactly. I just want to get too specific to him. His wife works in that field. And
so you're saying works in the field of
she supports she's an OBGYN and she helps some of those girls that they're transitioning.
Now,
so but
as a president, can you dictate medicine as the commander in chief? I think the board, the CDC and everything, they're all underneath you, correct?
It's a tight thing, Bubba, because there's federal law and there's state law, and most doctors are certified within their state. Some federal laws are out there, but any kind of like a federal law restricting an operation would get struck down quickly until it went through Congress.
So it'd get a federal judge would strike that down.
Yeah, especially if Trump made some law.
Trump tried to dabble into he
can't do that.
The Medicine Board of California,
right?
A federal judge would say you're overreaching.
Yes,
it's a state.
Right.
You're saying that there are urologists and plastic surgeons, that would at least
that are currently today.
Do they at least require parental consent?
Depends on the state. They usually require some kind of psychological evaluation, but there are surgeons, plastic surgeons, and urology surgeons that are doing these operations on kids that are under 18. Absolutely 100%.
So a 16-year-old who first gets their driver's license doesn't have necessarily their mom and dad's blessing on whopping off their penis and making it a vagina so they can really, really complete their trek in transitioning. Can drive to their could find a plastic surgeon potentially in California with a urology backup and schedule a surgery of this type. Now, doesn't just cost a lot of money, or does their parents' insurance pay for it?
Both. It's expensive. Sometimes insurance pays for it. Sometimes these centers are funded and they pay for it. Because not to be a stereotype, but a lot of kids that are transitioning aren't generating a lot of cash.
If they quote illegally allow men to play in women's sports. This was the girls' triple jump varsity competition on Friday.
I think she won by like 2 feet.
Yeah, that's fair.
Shannon High School in Clovis.
She's really proud.
Hernandez took the top spot. A few hours earlier, the high school teenager competed in the girls'
here's what I'm most excited about in this whole report is I actually think a real girl beat her in the long jump.
Yeah, I think she got second.
Yeah, she got second. So a real girl beat her in the high. I love that. Don't you, Dan?
Yes, I do.
A real girl beat her in the long jump. That's badass.
High jump and long jump varsity, where she also ranked first place and qualified her to Saturday's event.
I mean, like this was the finals, and watch her. And I guess they just didn't move it up any higher because they wanted two other girls tied her for first place in the high jump, and it was at like 5'6" or 5'7", and this girl here, was it AJ Hernandez or whatever? AB Hernandez.
Yeah.
They didn't go any higher for whatever reason because they didn't want her to be the sole winner. But the other two girls missed on their first two attempts, and they cleared it on their third. And this girl here, AB Hernandez, never, ever, ever touched the bar ever. And watch by how much she clears this by.
And qualified.
Jeez.
I mean,
It's not even close.
She could go another,
4 inches?
4 to 6? By the way, great form, too.
Saturday's events.
When you see how happy this kid is being herself.
So hold on, is this her mother?
Yes.
Oh. mean, her mother's attractive, but mom's a weirdo, thinking that your kid, listen, think about this, Mom. Narinda, whatever the hell your name is. Your kid sucks, and your kid can't win going against boys. Your kid has a penis, and the only way that your kid can be competitive and win is when they go against girls that have naturally less testosterone, naturally a lot of different things, less muscle mass, are just built way different. They're built like girls. And your kid's claim to fame is it duct taped its penis, put on some makeup, and beat girls. You have failed as a mother. You have failed as a mother. You're soft like butter in your woke-ass state of California.
The first time I saw her come out dressed as a girl, she didn't have to hide it from me. I saw it in her face, so I was like, this is it. This is what she wants. I'm going to
then she have her that's got pretty face and eyelash, pull her pants down and look at the ween. Look at the ween.
Where at school?
No,
or,
just
okay.
she said the first time that she came out of her room and she had her makeup did.
Well, it's not like piercing your own ears, so you can't detach your own ween.
I know,
which is why you shouldn't be able to just detach your own sexuality and become a girl when you're really a boy.
You shouldn't be able to put in some goddamn makeup and be a girl.
And again, I don't care what you guys do at home. I don't care what they do in the bedroom. What I care about is when they're competing and trying to become, an athlete, and competition is supposed to be about fairness. It's all about fairness. It's just not fair.
We don't care what you want to roll around privately as. We don't care.
Don't care.
But when you're competing against women in a woman's category sport, and you're killing the competition because you're a boy, that's when I got a problem with you even getting a chance to enter.
Move is her mother, Nereida, who has been watching from the crowd and protecting her 16-year-old daughter from nearby protesters, both on the ground and in the sky.
By the way, if somebody flew a plane, Lummy, no boys and girls sports. There were two groups that claimed that they helped pay for this banner.
Oh, man, once you take to the sky, it's hard to defend that.
It really is locked in at that point, is it not?
Yeah.
Losing my child because of my stubbornness and for me being closed-minded. I rather embrace our times together, even if it's been this difficult, than going to a cemetery and crying because I couldn't accept something.
What?
See, here's a big scam, Bubba.
Hold on. Can somebody tell me?
Suicide, her daughter.
Yep.
Oh.
And so, but here's the thing. They're talking about suicide's really high in transgender people.
That's all they got to try to scare us into letting them do it.
But doing the transitioning doesn't change the number, the percentage of suicide. That's the whole thing. Even though the transgender kids have a higher rate of suicide than non-transgender kids, doing half the operation and giving them hormones for a couple months or a year or two doesn't necessarily improve those numbers. So it's just what they do is they shame the parents and they scare them and saying, "Oh, if you don't react to your child's transgender inclinations,
hold on, this bitch even said
they're going to kill themselves.
It's better than letting her compete as a girl. My boy is better than going to a cemetery because she'll kill." That is really a far stretch, and that's out of bounds.
Difficult.
But that's what they do to make these parents just succumb to the
make these lawmakers. Make these long, like Seth said.
They always bust out that suicide number.
But like Seth said, this was passed by some politicians that can make rules.
Going to a cemetery and crying because I couldn't accept something.
The fight.
First of all, if you're such a bad parent that you can't tell your boy, no, you can't play against the girls, and you're not a strong enough parent to instill those values into your kid, where your kids never listen. The problem with today's youth is that they can't accept no as an answer.
Exactly.
You can't accept that you got 8th place. You get a participation trophy. Instead, back in the day, your dad would say, 8th place don't get a trophy. You better bust your ass, and maybe next year you can finish in the top 3 or 4, those that get trophies. But 8th place doesn't get a trophy. You lost. You suck.
It says if she did compete against the males in California, she would have finished last by 2 feet.
Yeah.
Over allowing a trans athlete to compete.
We don't have the ability to, some parents, not all, parents like this bitch, doesn't have the ability to tell AB, you got to go against the boys. You got to wean her. I can't let you go against the girls. I just can't. But I'm going to kill myself. No, you're not. You're not going to kill yourself. Come from a good family. We love you. There's nothing to kill yourself about. You got to wean. And you're not, it's not even close. You're beating these girls by 2 feet. Meanwhile, you would have placed last by the boys.
In girls' sports competition has been boiling for some time until lawmakers in the Central Valley called for Hernandez to be removed, which led to changes from the CIF on how girls play and qualify.
They should have just left it alone this year and try and fix it next year.
Yeah, they should have tried to fix it next year. That's when I would have been out of here and with my number 1 state championships. They should do it next year. That's when they should do it. Hello.
Oh, boy.
Hi, it's Charlie.
Okay, see you later, buddy.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
So we'll get into the HIV kid.
Yeah.
And then into our click, which is the Boulder attack. Okay?
Perfect. Morning, Iggy. How it goes, grouper lips. What's up, Cracker Chris? Cracker Chris. What Dr. Dan is. Good morning, Guru. Oh, yeah, what kind of distance you getting there, Glenn Longnecker? There you go, see the grumpy old man.
Lummy, did I get a card in the mail?
Not that I saw.
I don't think I have, Mark.
Did he send it USPS or?
We didn't check the mailbox.
Yeah. We have a couple different ways of getting mail here, so.
We have many ways.
I mean, I want to start the after show as soon as we can today.
Okay.
So I can get it done because I got it at 11:30.
No problem.
What time's that, Lummy? You think like 10:10?
Yeah, like 10:10. 10:15.
If we end at 10, 10:10, 10:15.
We'll just power pick it.
What's up, white iced tea?
Is this the start of Pride Month?
Yes, it is. June.
I thought it was Juneteenth.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Unsigned Band Thursdays.
If you or you know someone in an unsigned band, get off your ass and submit a demo to
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
This could be the big break you're looking for.
That's show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
A stadium full of millions of listeners
could give you the break you're looking for.
Now, back to the show.
Lummy, I would have had a rain out on Saturday at the track had I not, my good friend Sandy, who swung on by on Friday to make sure that my vibratory compaction roller was delivered on Thursday at the track. The guys, Drunk Dave and my buddy Justin Gamble, started compacting the track on Thursday.
Nice.
With my Synergy equipment vibratory roller. Then I went on Friday, packed it, because I knew we were getting 2 inches late Friday night, early Saturday morning. And because I was able to compact the track as hard as humanly possible because of my fine friends at Synergy Equipment, Sandy and my fine friends, you can go to synergyequipment.com. There's a location there in Ocala, not too far from Beard. They have literally a location almost in every major city in Florida, Georgia, Alabama. You just go to Synergy Equipment, see what you need, whether it's a compactor, whether it's a skid steer, whether it's an excavator, whether it's a bulldozer, whether it's whatever you think you might need, they got it. And the big stuff too, not just the little home and lawn and garden stuff. They got the big stuff. So thank you, Sandy, for really, really, really helping me out. Or we would have been definitely rained out. In fact, Lummy, we end up being too hard. I had to kind of break it up a little bit.
Really?
So thank you so much, Sandy, and Synergy Equipment. I appreciate you. This next story is rather disturbing. I don't know if you just,
kill this guy instantly.
This to me should be almost not attempted murder, but like maybe second degree. I don't know, second degree manslaughter or HIV positive man sexually batters 8-year-old boy, and now the 8-year-old boy tested positive for AIDS. So a man that's got AIDS sexually batters and molests a child. an 8-year-old child who, 8-year-old kids don't have AIDS. I mean, I'm sure, damn, there's maybe some.
The ones that got AIDS back in the day were the hemophiliacs getting blood transfusions.
That's what I'm saying.
Before they were screening them.
The Ryan Whites from Kokomo, Indiana, those type of kids. But in today's medical world, where all blood used in all major operations or transfusions are highly screened.
Yes.
For hepatitis and AIDS and herpes and anything that a person could possibly, any funk that a person could possibly have. If you have AIDS as a man, as a scumbag, piece of shiz man, and you sexually transmit that to a kid, an 8-year-old, I would kill a person. I mean, you have given. I mean, I think you can live with AIDS now. I think the AIDS, that doesn't mean that this poor kid doesn't have a long road ahead of him in this as compared to a regular 8-year-old like Sammy, who doesn't have it and just can roll around and not have to take all these medications and cocktails that they make for AIDS patients. This 8-year-old should be able to roll around as an 8-year-old. Not to mention that this 8-year-old was sexually molested and battered, and what type of mental term what type of effect does that have on a kid?
Yeah, but the problem is, Bubba, I mean, criminally, yeah, go after the guy. It's criminal. It's absolutely, just the raping the kid himself, molesting the kid himself. The guy should go to jail forever. But when you add that HIV thing to it, and that makes it so much more serious. Now the kid's got a lifetime of medications,
right,
potential complications, the whole 9 yards. And I think the charges should be up. In the old days, if you gave someone herpes, you were civilly and criminally liable for that, and you should be just as much here.
Yeah, and herpes is not a death sentence, whereas. And I don't know that AIDS and HIV necessarily is a death sentence in today's world, but it's pretty damn serious and pretty damn bad. It's the worst thing you can get and still live, maybe.
And homosexual pedophiles are, they're like, well, just because he's homosexual doesn't make him a pedophile. Well, this particular one is. And so it's a bad thing, and he should be in a lot of trouble. And I feel so badly for this kid who is just a victim. And 8-year-olds can't fight people off.
How many years will this guy get?
Has to be life. Has to be life.
It won't be.
Because they look like it's just charged with one count of sexual battery.
But hold on now. Didn't we, maybe DeSantis or somebody, pass like a capital sexual bill where if an adult does capital sexual stuff on a child, it's subjected to the death penalty? I think we put something like that in there, and I think this definitely would have to qualify for that.
And some smart ass in chat, Alexander Morales, HIV is not AIDS. Okay. AIDS is what happens when HIV progresses. HIV is the virus. HIV was the death sentence. AIDS was the constellation of symptoms that people would get. It was the syndrome. It all starts with the HIV virus.
Right.
And if you have HIV or AIDS, either way, you are screwed.
Well, hold on. HIV is what you get first,
right? And
that turns into AIDS,
right?
And what 8-year-old
should have either one?
Should have either one,
right?
8-year-olds should worry about what 8-year-olds do.
He has HIV, not AIDS. Okay, let's give you HIV, a-hole.
No. Better yet, let's give your
HIV.
Let's give your 8-year-old son.
Yes.
Let's give your 8-year-old son.
It's only HIV.
It's only HIV. You know what? Then that's fine. Then let's give your kid HIV.
Let's give your whole family HIV.
Well,
and your dog.
Let's give your kid. Let's give your son HIV by the means of how this kid contracted HIV.
Exactly.
We're just not going to take a shot and put it in your
in
your kid's arm, and now he's got HIV. We're going to have your kid sexually molested by a dirty old man, and then that's how your kid's going to get HIV, and then we're going to come back to you. What was his name?
I remember.
A.B. Numbnut?
Alex Morales.
Alex, we're going to come back to you and say, listen, It's only. Oh, I can smell Jay. I know he's here.
Yeah, Jay's here.
It's only HIV. It's only HIV.
Yeah, it's only HIV. Don't sweat it. Just the H. Just the HIV.
Your kid had to get anally raped for it. But
Yeah,
I mean,
it's okay. It's just HIV.
Did the guy know? Yeah, you guy knew he had it, right?
Yeah, he said he admitted to the cops he had
And
it.
Dan, it's my understanding, not that you're an expert on how HIV is transmitted, but you're a doctor. It's my understanding that the way HIV is transmitted under these purposes is through the breaking of anal or rectum tissues where there's a blood-on-blood transfer.
Yep.
Am I correct?
And so,
I'm trying to be medically, like I'm trying to say it medically.
And so there's a big difference, Bubba, between the rectum and the anus.
Okay.
Okay. The anus is skin. It has epithelium, just like the glands of a penis that has no foreskin has epithelium. It's that durable layer that prevents evaporation of liquid. It prevents abrasion. It prevents things being transferred into your bloodstream.
And that's the anus.
That's the anus, and that's the glands of someone that is circumcised.
Okay.
Beyond the anus, about that anal, right after that transition inside the body, it becomes the rectum. The rectum does not have epithelium. It has only literally one layer of cells between what's outside and the bloodstream.
So the rectum
microtears.
The rectum isn't nearly as resilient as the anus.
It's much more fragile. It's much easier to catch things through.
And so
that's why people would put in suppositories. You can absorb things. The blood's right there. The blood flow.
HIV can only be transferred from blood on blood. And so that means
it's easier that way. Blood, no, not necessarily blood on blood. Liquid secretions on blood.
Okay. So
sperm
a man
mixed with blood could do it.
Can cause.
Yes, a man's sperm mixed with the victim's blood in the victim's rectum can cause HIV.
Now, mind you,
and AIDS.
And this is an 8-year-old. This isn't two men. This is an 8-year-old. Subject your 8-year-old to that. Whoever the asshole in chat was.
And I'm blowing his head off, dude. I'm blowing his head off. During the trial, after the trial, in prison, he's dead. Someone touches my kid at 8 years old.
This another problem.
He's dead. His family's dead. His dog is dead.
Just another Jay and Steve bailout.
I'm here just in time, I see.
Jay, what? We got to go bail Dan out. What happened? You get caught at the airport doing something stupid again? Nope. He blew the dude's head off that did something bad to little Danny.
Yeah, and his wife, and his kids, and his next door neighbors.
Oh, so hold on, you're killing everybody?
The whole block.
Dan, let's just stick to the bad guy because Steve and Jay might be able to get you out of the bad guy deal. Let's keep the wife and the kids out of it, okay?
And the dog.
In Pinellas County, 62-year-old Bobby McAfee faces child sexual battery charges. That's after the sheriff's office says he admitted to having contact with an 8-year-old boy. Investigators say the man also admits to having HIV, with the child recently testing positive. McAfee is currently being held on a $250,000.
It seems like we're being a little light on McAfee.
For sure.
$250 and one charge.
That means you get out on $25,000 bail.
Did you notice there's a weird?
Why isn't there like attempted manslaughter or? I mean,
because you don't have a prosecutor that has any sack that's willing to do that. Because you're right, this is attempted murder. I mean, it's reckless, attempted homicide. You know, I mean, this guy knows.
This is more than just one count of sexual battery on a kid.
This is where, your actions are more likely than not going to result in catastrophic damage to somebody. That's reckless
behavior. A lifetime of care, a lifetime of treatment, and potentially a death sentence.
Absolutely.
And so we're going to come out with, this is the Pinellas County prosecuting attorney. I don't know who that is, and maybe I'm not quite up to speed as to what you can and cannot charge this guy with, but one, I find $250,000 a little bit of an insult. This guy would be on no less than Dan, I'd make it billion, $2 billion fine. I mean, Jay, if you're a judge, is that your discretion?
Yes.
I mean, solely.
Yes.
I mean, so like if I wanted to say $2 billion.
You get struck down and appeal.
Okay, so you,
But he could say
unless
it.
it was Bill Gates.
But he could say it.
He could say it, but if it was Bill Gates, they may be able to uphold it.
All right, with this guy. So I mean, but
He's
I
got
would have
$2 to hold him.
I would have come up with at least
$1 million.
$1 million sounds so good.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a prosecuting attorney, you want to feel good and look strong into your community. So $1 million, and then I would comb the books.
Yep.
With every one of my assistant state attorneys saying, before we release this to the press and before we release our formal charges, let's get with the judge and see if he can go at least $1 million. Because all those people talk, right? I mean, they all talk.
You're right, though. They should set this minimum at $1 million because that has a chilling effect on the rest of the public out there.
It does. When you hear million, you're like, oh, wow.
Well, then you got to come up with $100,000 to get out that you're not getting back.
The average guy's not rolling around with $100,000. The average guy might have 25. His family could scratch up 25.
You could put your house up, get a double mortgage.
Yeah.
People can scrap together 25 with their family members.
100's a whole different story. So you get, as the state attorney in Pinellas County, that's who I'm being critical of, Pinellas County State Attorney. This wouldn't happen. Susie Lopez wouldn't let this happen over in Hillsborough. She would have get with Chronister and said, listen, before we release this, let's find everything we can. Attempted manslaughter, attempted, this, that.
Whatever you could do
count.
within the rules. Like you said, look at the books. I'd get my felony division to say, look at the books. And you guys tell me by tomorrow morning what's the most we could charge this guy with.
And you know what? Let's be aggressive. And maybe you know what? It's not illegal to overcharge.
No,
right?
they do it all the time. But, Bubba, this is what opens up the floodgates and the conversations for bail reform. Because, again, you put a big bail on this guy who's poor. It's different than if you put a big bail on the same guy that's got the means.
So here, you and I are going to disagree, unless you're just articulating the argument. Because
I'm
that's
just articulating the argument.
Okay.
I'm not siding one way or the other, but that's just why there's this push for bail reform, and it's getting bastardized into like no bail.
Well, no cash bail, Bubba, is the whole concept that you should look at someone's financial situation, and if bail, has a disparate effect on minorities, then bail must be racist. So get rid of bail.
Bail should be determined by the egregiousness of the crime.
Yes.
Period.
Not by the financial wherewithal.
Doesn't matter if you're.
Let me talk. Not the financial status of the defendant. Now, that is taken into consideration.
It has to be.
Danny. It's taken into consideration on a case-by-case basis, depending on if someone's likely to flee, along with taking their passport and finding out whether or not they have the ability to do these things. You don't treat P. Diddy like Bobby McAfee, even though they've both been charged with sexual crimes. You treat them differently.
I'm telling you right
shouldn't
now.
be the sentence.
However, they're both black guys, and they should both have a bail that's set high enough, which is, they threw Diddy in jail.
I would have no problem for letting P. Diddy go, and if it meant killing this guy in the electric chair.
I think they both should have shockingly high bails. They didn't let Diddy out because of what Danny said. He had the financial ability to get the hell out of the United States. And they said, you know what? While he's facing these charges and life in prison, we're not letting him go anywhere. We're keeping him incarcerated.
I just think
they didn't give him bail.
Arrested for sexual battery on a child. That's it. That's
that guy should be. He could give no bail. By the way,
they got. That's it. That's all Pinellas County.
I consider no bail.
No bail.
No bail.
And attempted homicide. I don't know, man.
It looks like if they wanted to, they could have went after a capital offense since it was under 12.
Yep.
And he would have been considered for the death penalty. But I guess
and a 12-person jury.
And tell me right now of a 12-person jury that's not going to unanimously convict this guy, regardless of the ethnicity makeup of said jurors. That 6 or 11 or 12, however many jurors there are not going to unanimously agree that this guy needs to be condemned when the charge is you have sexually molested and battered an 8-year-old to the point of giving them HIV.
Allegedly, and remember, Bubba,
he admitted he did it.
And let's not be.
And he admitted he did
okay,
it.
well, that's different than innocent until proven guilty. If he's already admitted to it, then
he admitted he did it.
Just publicly burn him.
And it says,
Jesus, Dan, you're like
it
either
says,
it's feast or famine over here.
Investigators say, hold on, investigators
no,
say.
you're right. Shoot him. I think he's innocent.
Investigators say the man also admits to having sex. Hold on.
While admits to having HIV with a child.
He knew he had HIV, and he admitted to having sex with the kid while knowing he had HIV.
But with a child recently testing positive is weird language. Not with the child, with a child. Is it a different child?
No, Danny.
The man also.
It's clearly that he sexually assaulted a child under 12 years of age, which makes it a capital offense. A capital offense
It could have gone with capital.
Makes it death penalty.
Listen to her.
Possible, and also a 12-person jury. But the whole point, I talk about it all the time. The two reasons that you punish somebody are one, to punish them, and two, to have a chilling effect on the rest of the state. If you charge this guy with a capital offense, other sexual predators should think about whether or not it's a good idea to sexually assault a child who's less than 12 years of age in Florida.
Hold on.
Because if so, you should go up to Sparky. That's the whole deal.
Especially
not
when
250.
Sexually assaulting a child at the age of 8 is one thing. But throw in the kicker that you had AIDS and knew about it.
It's just HIV, Bubba.
I'm sorry, HIV. Just HIV. Sorry. When we get back, we'll start digging into the Free Palestine. This guy from Boulder, Colorado, which is usually a sleepy little, pretty not so, crime-ridden city. Very, I think that's where Dion lives, right? That's where the University of Colorado is, in Boulder, Colorado, I think.
Yeah.
And this whack job right here, I have this guy right here, Johnny Free Palestine, comes up with a homemade flamethrower. Does he kill anybody or he just burns people?
I think they said there's a couple with life-threatening injuries.
Yeah, so he comes up with a homemade...
he flamethrowed people?
Yes.
Danny.
Oh.
And they were like old ladies at a pro-Israel rally. It wasn't
That stuff dumps off things that it's hard to put the flame out.
That's what they said. The stories from the people at the scene were horrific.
We're going to get into that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
You said he's an Egyptian? When he bought out Tommy?
I see what you're saying, American Republic. There's really, what's the arbitrary number?
Mohammed Sabri Sullivan.
What's up, everybody? Good morning.
Aquanet. I haven't seen Aquanet beach metal in 30 years.
I'll bring you some if you want.
Aquanet? They still like it?
Yeah, of course.
Trump uses it. He talked about hairspray and aerosols because they were trying to make aerosols illegal. And he's like, it's not good for, like, he talked about water pressure for washing his hair. He didn't like that on aerosols. I can't use my hairspray. What's up, group of lips? Lee Wilson. Is that true, Cotton Woods? Mohammed Sabri, sailman and illegal immigrant from Egypt? Because, they don't even talk about that in the story? Could that be true? I'm going to look that up.
What's up, John Kostika? Oh, yeah, probably. Yeah.
Mohammed Sabri, sailman, flamethrower.
Oh, boy.
That's true.
He's
illegal alien terrorist Mohammed Sabri Sullivan charged with murder after shirtless flamethrower and firebomb attack. Wow. Good info, Cottonwoods. Thank you. What's up, Animal Boy? John Costica. Good morning. Yeah, happy birthday, Dan. Thank you.
It's your brother's birthday.
It was Trey's birthday yesterday. He turned 18 in the Bahamas, raging. He's in the Bahamas? He's in the Bahamas, where at 18 you can gamble and drink and buy a table, come in at 5 in the morning.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm a good dad this week.
Is it on your credit card?
Yeah. What's up, Jeffrey?
Are you keeping up with the charges?
Yes, but not really. I mean, sort of. Yes. Yes. Of course I am. I know,
He's not going to the gambling cage getting $5,000 out on the card, is he?
No. I gave him $300, and he was up 200, and then he was even, and then last night he was up 100, and so that means he's losing it all.
Is he with his buddies?
Yes. He is with half a Jesuit and Plant, and I guess everyone goes there.
Are they at the Atlantis?
They go to Baha Mar.
I know what's that.
Yeah. Baha Mar. It's like Atlantis. It's another.
It's actually newer.
Yeah, it's a little less touristic.
Is it a different island?
Yeah. I think it's still. Is it still Freeport? No, it's not. Yes, definitely Freeport, Nassau. But I don't know if it's that same Atlantis island, whatever the hell it is.
No, I think it's not.
The Big Lunger, Jay Bowler, Paul Rogers, Johnny Z, Fradley, Jay Bowler.
Cracker Chris.
How's everybody doing? Yeah, he's having a ball. An absolute ball.
When did he come back?
Today.
Oh, then you're out. You're good.
We're good. Yeah.
There's a wave pool at Baja.
I was like, I needed, proof of life at like 1 o'clock yesterday.
Where they go like Friday to Monday.
Exactly. Thursday, Monday. No, Friday, Monday.
They fly out of Orlando or Tampa?
Tampa through Miami.
Okay.
It's his first time traveling alone or staying alone or anything, so there were a lot of texts until there weren't.
That's long. Been long.
Once he got in his comfort zone,
Until he got tired.
I don't need to check in anymore.
Until I got tired of you bugging him.
I didn't initiate one text other than on his birthday at noon, happy birthday, son, because I hadn't heard from him yet.
That's pretty cool. You're a good dad.
I'm not fucking with him. There's a wave pool there, Permagram? What? What?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. That's how we pay the bills, my friends. Or BubbaArmyTips.com. Or you can be a member of BubbaArmyHQ.com. Appreciate you. Make sure you follow us on Rumble, X, YouTube, Facebook, X. Did I say X again? Sorry. All at the Bubba Army. Appreciate you. Here's the story that we had as our click. Some crazed nut job in Boulder, Colorado.
Mohammed Solomon.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
Breaking news. Police are responding to what the FBI is calling a targeted terror attack at an outdoor pedestrian mall in Boulder, Colorado. Local law enforcement and FBI agents are on the scene. This
is just proof positive how you should, if you have the ability in your state to carry a gun, whether it's constitutional carry, open carry, or be licensed to have a concealed weapon. This just is because you don't know when you're just walking around, some guy's going to flamethrow you.
You can't have one at a political protest, though, with a concealed weapons permit. You can't bring one to a political event.
Oh, you can't?
Nope.
What if you're just walking by?
You've got a concealed weapons permit. You know that. Now, I don't know, Dan, does that constitutional carry one? Does that change that? I don't think it does.
Felix
You
Braharas.
can't take a gun into a hospital.
Right.
But
You
certain
can't
things
take
you
one
still
to a
can't take
sporting
over a
event.
government building. But the sporting event stuff, it's a little less clear cut, Jay.
Felix Braharas, loan me 25 with a PayPal.
Especially with the argument they make.
Been reported, and authorities say some may have been set on fire. The governor of Colorado released a statement saying he's closely monitoring what he described as a heinous act of terror.
They should kill this guy right next to the guy that gave the 8-year-old HIV.
Bob, I have a question real quick. So I haven't seen this article. Let's see if they mention that this guy is allegedly an illegal Egyptian terrorist. They see if they mention the words illegal
in the
immigrant.
country illegally.
It's allegedly, if you look online, this guy's name is, what is it again, Lummy?
Mohammed Solomon.
And he's allegedly an illegal immigrant from Egypt.
Yeah, he
That's
overstayed
just-
his visa.
So let's just see whether or not this, national news article actually says anything about it. 'Cause I
Closely
never heard it
monitoring
until
what
chat
he
brought it up.
described as a heinous act of terror. Police have evacuated several blocks in and around the mall and are asking people to avoid the area. A suspect is in police custody. This happening during a pro-Israel demonstration. ABC's Mola Lange leads us off tonight.
Boulder police.
So Dan, you're saying that I can't go to a pro-Israel demonstration with my concealed weapon, with my gun in my waistband concealed. I don't have any. I mean, just
that's what I'm saying.
That's not a
Based on-
political rally. A political rally has a candidate, Jay. So that's arguably not a political rally.
That may be true.
Responding to calls of people being set on fire during a peaceful demonstration in support of Israeli hostages.
There's multiple mixed reports about if people are on fire now. We're getting lots of 911 calls.
The group meets regularly and is affiliated with the organization Run for Their Lives. One of their leaders says a man was waiting for them and began throwing a box of bottles at them, saying several people
a man, not a illegal Egyptian immigrant.
Allegedly.
Set on fire. One, an elderly woman.
He yelled expletives about the Jewish people, about Zionists, free Palestine, and whatnot. It reminded me of what happened in Washington, D.C. a couple weeks ago.
These images of a man
and I got the hell out of there.
Holding what appears to be 2 Molotov cocktails before being tackled by police.
What was it, Bubba?
Authorities say
A man.
Totally HIV.
They have a suspect in custody. FBI personnel assisting local police on the scene. Director Kash Patel says the agency is investigating the incident as an act of terror and targeted violence. But local police are not going that far, saying it's too early to characterize what kind of attack it is.
Well, hold on.
What? Wait a second. Where's the video of the people on fire, too, by the way?
I got it.
Oh,
I
okay.
got three stories to play here. I wanted to play the
They're
national.
going to whitewash this on national news.
I wanted to play the nationals first, the national ABC report. And how can the local officials say it's too early to say this is not potentially not a terrorist attack when you have a group of people that are protesting peacefully that do it monthly, that do it at the same place monthly peacefully, and then some whack job comes in who, by all accounts that we can find, has overstayed his visa from Egypt, and so at that point would be maybe an illegal immigrant, and none of that was mentioned on ABC at all.
Not yet. It's a man or a
Not going
suspect.
that far, saying it's too early to characterize what kind of attack it is.
Yeah, you got a whack job that sets people on fire, but it's too early to call it a terror attack.
Well, Lindsay, House Speaker Mike Johnson condemning the attack tonight, calling it heartbreaking and deeply disturbing. And we're told President Trump has been briefed about the incident, Lindsay.
Trump will say something. Hopefully, this is a softball for Donald Trump on a couple different things.
May I say something?
One, terroristic attacks, but two, just to continue to validate why we need to get people that are not here legally or have overstayed their visas, out of here. You need to get them out of here. What are you saying, Jay? What were you going to say?
I was just saying, this is the unfortunate effect of people being saturated with pro-Palestine imagery, and then you have 2 people murdered outside of an Israeli museum 2 weeks ago, and now you have this guy lighting old ladies on fire, all for this pro-Palestine narrative that if you look at history is not accurate. And so it's just so hard to fight the disinformation. But when you see it in reality, I never imagined in my lifetime that young children in college would be protesting against Israel. When we were children, we were learning about the Holocaust. And these were basically protected people, rightfully so. And here we are 25 years later.
Where'd it go wrong? Like, where'd the flip-flop go?
I don't know when it happened that people think it's okay to murder, young Jews because they're Jewish, or it's okay to murder, old ladies and try to set them on fire because they believe that this was a rally specifically to set the hostages free. That's all it was. It was pro-hostage release.
Here we go.
We're here, brother. We're here. We can't do nothing about that. We can't do nothing. We can. Not here. We have to end Zionists. Not here, bro. You're not.
And look, people are trying to talk some sense into the dude.
There's one lady's
dude.
Is that one lady already injured?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're still letting that asshole talk.
No one took him down yet.
That's when Dan.
That's when I get down on one knee.
That's when I walk up to the guy at gunpoint and tell him, put down your Molotov, whatever you're throwing people, whatever you have.
Even after you've seen people catch on fire,
I'm holding them at. Well, I probably can't shoot them because my life's not at risk.
Where's the cops?
So what I'm saying is,
where's
Seth,
the cop?
What I do is this, Seth, is I hold him at gunpoint and put my knee in the back of his neck, George Floyd's wise, until the cops get there.
If this Polk County, what happens?
Dan, I don't think you can shoot him unless you see him in the act of putting people on fire.
If you're trying to prevent a forcible felony, you can use lethal force.
But if I didn't see the felony
and
happening,
if he's about to throw it on someone else, then you shoot him in the kney, and he's just like wobbling around on the ground. He can't throw anything on anything.
I don't think you ever shoot anybody in the knee. I think you always shoot
I
him in the
don't
heart.
agree with that, and I think that's disingenuous. And it's a disingenuous argument, and it prevents people from actually doing something right. I don't think that if someone has a threat, that you have to use lethal force. In the sense that if there's something going on like this asshole, where he's not actively shooting people, but he has something that's dangerous. He runs away, it's dangerous. If he runs towards someone, it's dangerous.
He's already hurt
two people. Shoot him in the knee. No one's going to sue you. You stopped him from moving. You've now immobilized the threat without having to kill him. He ain't gonna sue you. Good luck, sue me, asshole, please. But that way you did not have to kill him. You stopped the threat. I don't think you have to center mass everybody with a gun once you have to pull out a gun in a situation like this.
And I would just say statistically, the chances of hitting a moving knee versus hitting center mass is about a fraction.
I'd shoot him 16 times in his legs. You don't have to kill the guy.
Listen, this isn't Terminator 2. He lived. It's so stupid, dude. This guy just tried to kill somebody in front of everybody. If there was ever a time that there's a justifiable shooting, which is my point again, where is the cop that this is the front of a public building and they're doing it monthly? There's no security.
Where's the deal?
Where's the cop?
Why doesn't the monthly people that are doing peaceful protests? Why don't they have a police officer down there?
It should be
guarding these people.
But where do you think?
Because we have nut jobs like this that don't like those people. We obviously have a record of that. For every pro-Israeli. Protest, you're gonna have a free Palestine deal, river to the sea. So let's send down a squad car to protect the pro-Israel people, because with that usually comes a bunch of nut jobs that are trying to cause problems, and this is case in point.
What do you think happens in Polk County with this? If Grady Judd's guys are sitting there on the side watching it,
shoots him.
He's down already.
Do it.
Just stay away. Just stay away. He's right there. He's throwing Molotov cocktails right there.
I mean, dude.
It looks like they're pouring water on a girl.
There's the cop.
There's the cop. He's got a taser.
I gotta dump that out.
See, anyway, right down to the ground. As soon as you pull a gun on him, he goes down to the ground, little bitch.
Chill, man. I don't give a fuck. You don't antagonize shit like that. You caused this shit.
She's not. She didn't do anything. Chill.
You caused it.
What?
Is that fat guy trying to?
I don't know.
Is he defending
the guy?
The guy?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's another hamburger.
Here is this pretty much the same?
This is like you see the smoke coming up.
Whoa! I mean, that's a fire. It's somebody's burning body.
Stay.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was this bad.
See the flame down there?
Yeah.
Someone's on fire.
Yeah, I can see a woman on fire right here. The flame's right there.
There's flames in front of him too on the grass there. See? Oh man, that's so gnarly.
I'm sorry, Dan. I'm not shooting this guy in the kneecaps. I'm just telling you. I mean, you kneecap them all you want.
Center mass.
I'm going three to the heart. When I see Grandma down there on flames, and when another Grandma on deck.
And I mean, how is it too early to tell whether it's terrorism or not? He's sitting there after the fact, just spewing hate. How many children are enough? He's literally, he might as well say from the river to the sea. That's the only moniker I didn't hear him say.
Oh, girl in the tank top was smart running away full speed, wasn't she?
Wow. I don't, did they just arrest him?
Yeah, he's charged with first-degree murder and held on a $10 million bond.
That's fair.
There you go.
That's better.
About time we get some justice on the prosecutorial side of things. Let's come heavy-handed.
Now to President Trump's pardons of reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley.
Oh God! What we haven't had you guys on since this went down. This makes me sick. Because you know what? I think these people genuinely did defraud. I mean, listen. There was some political weaponization, and because they were supposedly Trump supporters or whatever, they potentially got a pardon from prison, but it had to do everything with fraudulent loans and fraudulent IRS returns and things like that. And I mean, I don't know if that necessarily has anything to do with. You
should go to jail for wearing ruffles.
I don't know a ton, but I know this is the argument: is that they overcharged and over-sentenced. And that even if they were guilty of the fraud or whatever it is they were alleged to have done, that putting him in jail for 10 to 12 years was obnoxiously harsh of a sentence for that type of a crime for a first-time offender. And that the sentencing and the prosecution was political in nature.
I agree with that because from what I gathered, they did some fraudulent tax returns, some fraudulent fudging of the numbers to get like HELOCs and some various other loans. Probably would bring, federally 24 to maybe 48 months. So maybe politically, because they were on the, obviously being sentenced by a Democratic judge, Democratic prosecutor, but in 12 years and 7 years respectfully probably was too much. But I don't know. It's such a dirty game.
Even if Trump said exactly what I said, as succinctly as I just said it, it would still be, counter-programmed in the way that it was sold to the media. If you just look at, sold to the public by the media. If you just look at, again, that story, man, suspect. It doesn't say anything about where he comes from, what his ideology is, why they are suspecting him of being a terrorist, that this is a terrorist act. I mean, it's just a whitewashed media system where everyone gets what they want to hear. If you're right, you go to Fox, you hear what you get what you want to hear. If you're left, you go to MSNBC, you get what you want to hear. And it's just, even on Fox, and I say it all the time, if you look at the bottom third, it's not always real accurate.
Our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl, has the story. Good morning, John.
Maybe it's because I never liked these people to begin with. I always thought that their reality show was ridiculous.
So you're not going to watch the new one that's coming out?
Oh, absolutely not.
I couldn't watch 4 minutes of it.
Good morning, Michael. The Chrisleys are not alone. Donald Trump is using his pardon power early and often. And Michael, there is.
And I think, Seth, didn't he pardon an African American woman who was, forgiven of whatever she had done, and then he made her specifically the pardon czar.
Yeah.
Alice.
And now everything goes through her.
Yep.
A clear trend. Many of his pardons are going to his.
We were supposed to have Joe Exotic on the air Friday to talk about his potential pardon, but supposedly he got sick or like the monkeypox or something like that. I don't know what the hell he got.
Yeah.
And now he has surgery.
He had surgery, but he had surgery over the weekend, I guess.
Supporters and his political allies. This morning, reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley are back at home. Their federal convictions.
And you know that they're gonna. And this is amazing to me. Whether it's Michael Vick, there was a San Diego radio personality that killed his wife. Went and did like 4 to 6 years, and came back to the radio station that he left before he went to prison. These people get out of prison, they get their show back. Selfishly, I'm just saying, I make a mistake or two, and I get completely blackballed.
You're done.
Michael Vick gets a job back with Fox. The guy from San Diego gets his job back. Remember the Craig Carlton guy from New York?
Yeah.
Was on with Boomer in the morning. He did 18 months in federal prison for a Ponzi type, some type of gambling deal. As soon as he got out, not only did they give him his radio job back, but they gave him a TV gig too.
Ray Lewis was charged with murder.
He didn't miss a down of football.
For tax evasion and bank fraud nullified by President Trump's pardon. Overnight, their daughter Savannah posted these videos to social media. Todd can be heard joking in the background.
I didn't have to deal with this in prison.
The couple served just over 2 years behind bars. Todd was sentenced to 12 years, Julie 7.
You know what? Maybe I'm okay with this because 2 years behind bars is probably a fair sentence to what he did. And
It's 2 years in jail.
And 2 years in jail.
For white-collar crime.
I couldn't spend 2 days in jail, let alone 2 years. So maybe
it's like they're almost survivors.
Almost. Yeah. Seth, I kind of agree with you. Like maybe.
Well, what was Michael Vick? Do you remember what he was sentenced to? I just looked it up.
He did 18 months.
Yes, 23 months. He only was sentenced to less than 2 years for allegedly being involved in a dogfighting ring.
Being involved, he was the
leader.
He led the ring.
Restitution for the 53 dogs seized, and he had to pay $928,000 for restitution.
And was back playing in the NFL the next season.
Yep. No one cared.
Trump broke the news of the pardon to their daughter earlier this week.
Now, this is the pardon czar, this woman right here.
Alice Johnson.
It's a great thing because your parents are going to be free and clean.
For nearly a decade, the couple portrayed themselves as glamorous, self-made real estate tycoons on the hit show Chrisley Knows Best.
I'm going to put my pajamas on because I have had a day from hell, and it better not get any hotter in this house when I speak to y'all.
But federal prosecutors said their life was built on a lie, calling them career swindlers who have made a living by jumping from one fraud scheme to another, as they defrauded banks of more than $30 million.
And I don't think that they can make this evidence up. Like, I think this is probably evidence that's true.
Well, no, this is charges against the Chrisleys. Let's look at what this is.
Okay. So what I'm saying, is, Jay, is like, obviously this information that they were charged with is probably factual. Now, did the sentence, was it way too stiff for these particular deals?
Were the charges filed against you factual?
Exactly.
No.
Okay.
And it's until proven guilty. Let's be consistent.
Stiffing vendors and...
Well, no, hold on.
He was proven guilty.
Hold on. Yes, the charges against me were factual. They were. I did kill a pig. It just wasn't illegal.
I know, but they alleged it was illegal.
But hold on. Then look at the MJ deal. I did call his wife a whore. It just wasn't illegal. The charges against me, what they alleged I did, were factual. I just had attorneys that were able to show the state and more importantly, a jury of my peers that they were not illegal.
No, but you're just oversimplifying it. That's not what they alleged in the pleadings. In the pleadings, they alleged that you illegally. They never once said, "Oh, you just did it," and then say illegally. The whole time is you illegally did it with the pig, and then the whole time with the defamation case was that you recklessly and intentionally did these things with with intent to harm. And so that's not true.
I did them. I just didn't harm them.
Well, you didn't intend to harm them. You intended to use the First Amendment as it was intended to be used in both situations. It was theater of the mind.
But I don't think that these are First Amendment. Like, we had a ton of wiggle room because that's what we had. I don't think there's wiggle room whether you defrauded a bank out of $30 million or not.
What were you charged with? Felony
animal cruelty.
Okay, was that true?
No, because
that was the charging document.
Because you know why? There is no felony animal cruelty.
I know.
With regards to the killing of a wild boar. So what I'm saying is, I did it, but I was charged with something that didn't correspond with what I did. Meaning, like, there is no state statute for killing a wild boar. So they didn't even charge me correctly. Whereas what I'm saying is, they probably did all this stuff.
And I don't think it says stiffing vendors in a charge, a formal charge.
Dodging
or
taxes,
taxes
using
in
the
a
money
charge.
on luxury cars, homes, and designer clothes. Their daughter lobbied for their pardon, speaking at the Republican National Convention, saying her parents were targeted because of their political views.
Due to our public profile and conservative beliefs, they accused my parents of fraud.
It's the latest in a string of pardons to Trump's political supporters and allies. On Wednesday, Trump pardoned Michael Harris, co-founder of Death Row Records, who served 33 years in prison on drug charges. Harris is a groundbreaking rap music executive who endorsed Trump's 2024 presidential campaign. In his first term, Trump had commuted his sentence. He also pardoned 2 former Republican lawmakers who had been convicted of tax fraud and other federal crimes. On Wednesday, Trump said he is considering pardons for a group of men convicted of plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer in 2020 and suggested they were not guilty.
It looked to me like somewhat of a railroad job, I'll be honest with you.
If you want to see a railroad
that's
job,
not possible.
I'll show you a railroad job, my friend.
Of course, Trump's very first pardons, which came just hours after he took the oath of office, were for the nearly 1,600 Trump supporters convicted in connection with the January 6th attack on the U.S.
I want everybody to know, I like some of Trump's pardons. I really do. I'm not against his pardons.
But look at this. This is ABC again. Did they mention anything about Biden's pardons?
No.
And that he pardoned his entire family and his son and his brother.
Not only did he pardon his entire family, but he also threw a potential crimes down the road pardon gimmick.
Right. Forever get out of jail free.
U.S. Capitol. Since then, Trump has pardoned or commuted the sentences of more than 60 other people. At least a dozen of them have some sort of political or financial tie to the president. Robin?
All right, John, our thanks to you.
Thank you. Dan, you got to get going on your birthday.
Yeah, thank you.
And we got to hit a break. Dan, happy birthday to you. I hope the rest of your day goes well, my friend.
Thank you.
We'll be back with Jay. Stand by.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
So look at the way they graduation. They had the first went on Tuesday. They had a mass where they wear their cap. The Jesuit graduate.
Yeah.
Tuesday they have a baccalaureate mass, and so they all wear their caps and gowns. We go to the church on Jesuit campus, and then the next day at the Strass Center, they have them in tuxedos. And I guess that's their history and tradition they've done because graduation is supposed to be a formal event. But the little soldiers, look at them. They didn't move. My mom with them. Look at that.
Joseph Francis Diaco III.
Hands on their knees. You ever seen 187 seniors at Wyatt?
Harrison Gray Desinger, magna cum laude.
No clapping until they all went through. It was like a little military, but I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
Fun City, 70 months. Yeah, they must have practiced it a couple of
The day before or the day of, they practiced it, and Mr. Shikatano said, if any of you all move, even to scratch your nose, you're not going to get your diploma.
Jesus. It's like that was the day.
It was just, I mean, there's a formality to it, which is really impressive.
Good morning, retarded.
You know, there's so much more than like just going to school they do. You know, it's all the church, it's all the suits and ties and all the bullshit they go through. I mean, it's earned.
Yeah. Which church they go
What's up,
to?
Cooper lives?
What do you like, once a week?
They go to mass every Wednesday.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
I can't imagine that. Jeff Schwartz.
What's up, Jamie Flynn?
What's up, Each Us Bubba fan?
Ultra MAGA forever. If you interact, sometimes they're not awkward. Good morning to you. Depends whether one of us is in the bathroom, someone's getting a drink, someone's paying attention. What's up? We totted. How you doing, buddy? Some of us interact more than others. Some of us choose not to. Good morning, Ultra MAGA forever.
So
Where are you from, buddy?
Then we can put you down as the
Chat whisperer?
put you down as a reference. That's what
Yeah,
work.
for sure, 100%. Trey will be the one. He's the reference, not me.
Oh,
I didn't go there.
Oh, that's it.
He's the first Yaga that's a Jesuit grad. Just turned 18. He's in the Bahamas right now, having to see your trip, going to Florida State, Texas. Nice. Got good wave pool in Texas. You know, Jimmy the Bear Haze, I had no idea it was even happening until this started festering. I'm paying attention now that my kid's going to college.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show will be quick as we can make it. Hopefully 10:10, 10:15 start time, because I got 3 things I got to do today. And I got to get out of here. I got an 11:15 at Gene. I'm sorry, I got an 11:25 at Gene Lasker's. And then I got a 12:15 or 12:30 somewhere else, and then back here at the studios by 3:30 for another thing.
Jeez.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, morning everybody. It's Cracker.
Hey, Cracker.
Was calling to give an update on Pedro. His surgery went well.
Pedro the pool guy?
Still in recovery. Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was Pedro going under for?
No, he had a brain tumor. They found it 2 weeks ago.
Oh, we did not know. I don't think we were familiar with that.
Yeah, he called. Yeah.
He called?
Yeah.
Wow. What?
Yeah, he's got a big scar on the side of his head. I told him it's a cool battle scar. He should get it tattooed over.
Is he like back to talking and everything good like that?
Not exactly. He's a little confused today, but he's got the show on. He just got up and turned it on a little bit ago.
I know, but like, what type of brain tumor did he have? I mean, or is there any type?
I don't know all the details. I'm not.
Good morning.
You know, when he gets his mind right, you know, he can call in.
Where was the tumor? Frontal lobe, rear lobe, side lobe?
Where's the scar?
On the side, above his ear.
Okay, and approximately how big was the tumor?
I don't know how big it is. The scar is probably 8 inches.
Oof.
Like the size of a baseball, size of
I'm not sure.
It's just Cracker Chris. He's not the doctor, Bubba. You know Cracker Chris.
I know, Cracker. I know. But I didn't know
if
I didn't know that if he knew any additional information.
Well, hopefully Pedro does since he's in chat. So
is Pedro in chat?
Pedro's on YouTube.
Well, why doesn't Pedro call the show?
He's not today. He's still recovering. He's in the hospital.
Well, I mean, but if you're in chat and you can consciously, respond,
but it might be hard to talk. I don't know.
All right, so Pedro.
Good morning.
All right, Cracker. Thank you.
The morning after surgery,
yeah,
his wife walked in and he was listening to the show. You guys are the first thing he did when he came to.
Pedro the pool guy says above my right ear, the size of a lime. Okay, Pedro can talk to us through YouTube chat. We're on YouTube right now.
Oh my Lord,
Cracker Chris, thank you for the heads up, and we'll talk to Pedro through the chat. Okay.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry I didn't call in time to wish Dr. Dan a happy birthday. I hope he's listening.
I'm sure he is.
Have a great day, everybody.
All right, man. Pedro had Cracker Chris had the worst cell service, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Hi, who's this?
Hi, Bubba. It's Jennifer from PETA.
Hi, Jennifer from PETA. What do we got going on? Well, who's doing something wrong with it?
No, you brought up the hog incident, so I just thought I should call in. And, you need to give yourself more credit for how far you've come since those bad old days.
Well, yes. Here's the one thing, Jennifer, though. And I'm not trying to give myself an out or give myself an excuse, but technically, I broadcasted that on my show, but I never laid hands, I never touched the hog, I never trapped the hog, I never touched the hog. I was in a studio that broadcasted a very heinous act, one that I will ever be not cool with. As you know, I'm not happy with how that all went down, and in today's world, I would never even think about doing such a thing. But talk about overreaching with regards to prosecution. They charged me because I broadcasted it when there's not a rule about broadcasting it. The guy who did it and the people who actually did the killing and the trapping are the people that put hands on. And again, I hate talking about it because it's not, one of my most proudest moments. And
you keep saying things like there's some culpability here. Let's remember that the gentleman that slaughtered, because a very specific word, slaughtered the hog, did it the way that hunters do it. And so it was just that it was broadcast. So you keep like this heinous act. The bad decision was to put it on air and add sound effects and do all. That was just because you were trying to be, shocking. And so it was just the way that you were doing broadcast entertainment. There was nothing illegal done, or you would have never even done it. What was the heinous act?
Well,
I've been in Costa Rica where they've slaughtered a pig before. I almost died watching it. I couldn't believe it seemed so brutal. They castrated it. It was squealing like a pig. You ever heard that phrase before, people? Squeal like a pig. It's because they do.
I know.
And it's brutal. But it's the way they do it.
I understand.
I watched it once. I'll never go watch it again because it's horrible. But it's the way that it's the ethical, correct way to do it.
We're talking to Jennifer from PETA. Jay, okay?
Sorry. Hi, Jennifer. Nice to meet you.
Realize.
I felt like I was a juror for a second.
Realize that it's not.
What my closing argument said.
Realize that you're not talking to what Jennifer wants to hear, because in the whole scheme of things, Jennifer didn't want it to happen at all, and that's their.
Well, no, but Bubba, I honestly think at this point, fast forward 20 plus years, I mean, look at how far you've come. Look at how much good work you've done on behalf of animals to make amends for that incident.
Yeah, and I will always try to do what's best for animals, whether it's, petitioning SeaWorld with Orca, or whether it's the monkeys and the coconuts, or whether it's
What about those 2 gay goats you got back there that live like kings?
That's right. And all the fish that we have swimming around there, and the turtles.
Yeah, I mean the turtles and the
ducks.
fish and the 2 goats that we
little
rescued.
ecosystem back
the
here.
2 goats that we rescued that we're going to probably, when I picked up Hootie. Jennifer, when I picked up Hootie, by the way, they live like kings now. They got all they get fed, they get goat feed, and I mean we probably overfeed them. But when I picked up Hootie, and because we wanted 2 goats back here, Hootie was on a 6-inch chain to a fence, and he only had enough slack in his chain to go to one little water container and get water. But they had him tied to a chain, and they had like 6 or 7 goats. I wish I could have saved them all, but I could only have room for one. And Hootie, he only could move the distance of the chain. So there's so many people and even farmers that are kind of really, really mean to their animals. And it really, I will always crusade for you guys. You know that. And I have.
You're making my point. You're making my point, my friend. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. I've met those pampered goats, and I know what a good life you've given them.
Oh, they are so spoiled. They're so spoiled now they won't even eat. Well, the thing about it is it's so dry, and we really can't grow any grass back there, so we have to supplement their natural grass that they would eat with feed. But now they get to the point where they don't even like real grass. They want feed the entire time. And
Dr. Remilak, $100.
And Lummy, I do think they're a little fat. I think they're a little overweight.
They're just living a great life, Bubba.
What does this say about Jennifer, too? What an amazing person that she's willing to forgive past indiscretions and look at what you do now. I wish more people on both sides would do that.
Well, Jennifer really is kind of my liaison to Ingrid, who's the president of PETA, and Jennifer will report back to Ingrid from time to time that we're doing good work. But the great.
By the way, Ingrid sends her best. I told her I was going to call in. She goes, "Oh, tell Bubba and the gang I said hello and best wishes."
And Ingrid, I wouldn't have gotten close with Ingrid had it not been for the great Sam Simon. Sam,
right.
It was, I don't know if you know the story or not. So I'm in New York. This is the funniest story ever. I'm in New York. I'm with Sam. We're at some sushi place eating dinner. And Sam goes, we talk about, how he's very, I think at that point, Jennifer, he was in the middle of donating that big boat to stop the whalers.
Right.
Yeah.
He put his money where his mouth was. I mean, the man had got compassion to his very core.
Oh yeah. So he was like, hey, Bubba, I think it was $5 million or $8 million for this, this anti-whaling boat that would go out and stop these people from illegal whaling. And I go, well, is that through? And he was talking about PETA and all. And I go, listen, Sam. PETA hates my guts because I did a real bad thing. He goes, I can make one phone call, Bubba, and make that go away. And I go, Sam, there's no way. He got Ingrid on the phone, and he so uncomfortably said, Ingrid, have you ever heard of Bubba the Love Sponge? Well, now, Ingrid wasn't happy with me at that time, because I hadn't, really done anything proactively. I just was under the radar. And Sam asked a personal favor to Ingrid. Said, Ingrid, will you give this guy another chance? Because I know he loves animals and he will be a great spokesperson for you. And I talked to her, at the dinner table, and she's like, if you're a friend of Sam's and he vouches for you, I'll give you another chance. That's how it happened.
Right. And, you just described Ingrid, she's always willing to extend that olive branch for someone who's genuinely found a different path as far as being kind or cruel to animals. So, we're on the same team now, Bubba, and I love it. I love talking to you, and I know Ingrid really enjoys hearing all about your exploits, and I think it's all a good thing.
I love the brochures that I get. I'm on the PETA mailing list, and they kind of give you what their latest hotspot stuff is. And, I know that I think I had you or Ingrid on the air when they were doing the monkey harvesting. Most people don't feel. And that really, you know what, that campaign crusade ended up changing like 4 or 5 major grocers and how they get their pineapples. I think
coconuts, but yes, you're exactly right. It's coconuts, and the industry has absolutely been upended because when people found out that these poor baby monkeys are chained by their necks from the day they were born to the day they die just to pick coconuts for coconut
Did you know
milk,
that, Jay?
People were genuinely outraged.
Yeah, they would. PETA brought this to attention, but baby monkeys from the day they were born would have this big metal chain, this big metal neck collar with a chain, and they were captive, and they would teach these baby monkeys to go up a coconut tree and harvest all the coconuts and bring them down for the coconut industry. And these monkeys would never be a free monkey. They would always be chained up like a slave, and every day they would work them 6 to 8 to 10 hours climbing up the tree, picking the coconuts, because if a coconut hits the ground, like it damages it more than if it's hand picked. And so PETA got on this big crusade, and I think major grocers like Walmart and others.
Oh my God, I'm looking at it now.
It's horrible. And they changed. PETA made a big difference, and I think they changed, major grocers and food distributors on how they source their coconuts from that campaign. I think
it's been huge. It still is happening to a degree, but the entire industry has been upended for the very reasons you just said. There's a lot of things people can disagree about insofar as the use of animals, but when people heard about this, they thought, what is going on? This is so unnecessary. How can this be happening? And they listened, and change is really taking place in the past, I'd say, 5 years since we launched that campaign.
And you're right. Some people, different strokes for different folks. Some people feel one way about, using animals in other ways. But when you see something like that, most people, even if they eat steaks or they eat chicken or whatever, but they see things like that, and they're like, man, that ain't right. And so,
right, exactly, exactly.
But anyway, Jennifer, tell Ingrid and all the PETA people I said hi, and I'm always here for you guys.
I always have to call in, Bubba. We're friends forever.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, bye.
Bye now. When I was on sitting in the witness stand, facing 5 years in prison for cruelty to animals.
She winked at you to let you know everything's going to be okay.
No, but would anybody, Jay, including my counsel, which included you and your brother, if somebody, before we would have gone out, because remember the verdict came within 52 minutes. Remember, and if Stephen, in his wisdom, or Tom Bean or anybody would have said, "Listen, you're going to be found not guilty, and in your broadcasting lifetime, you're going to be a member of PETA." You would have said, "Steve, get the hell out of here. You whack job," right?
Yeah.
I'm a card carrying member of PETA.
There's probably a lot of things people could have told you that at that time, Bubba, that you wouldn't have believed that have actually happened to you.
You know what, Seth? Thank you, but you're very right.
Yes.
Meaning,
I don't know how much has gone your way.
Or how much was predictable.
And here's the thing. I never get a fair shake legally. And Jay, you've been part of all my legal situations.
Except by a jury.
Except by a jury. I very rarely get a prosecutorial break. I very rarely get, I never get the benefit of the doubt. I'm always just thrown to the wolves, and the only people that ever saved me are a jury of my peers. That's it. They're the only ones, Jay, that ever believed me. Is the jury of my peers through good counsel.
Oh, this could be good to end the documentary with. Let's do a reshoot.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Need to reshoot it, and then we're gonna need to get it to another batch of entertainment lawyers. Ones that can look over it twice as long as these guys.
So you're pushing 2028?
I'm pushing.
What's the hiccup there? Anything? Just a no-go? What's up, fan in Orlando? Pippi Short Stroker, PA. Chris Cracker, thanks for the call. Sicilian Redneck, what's up, my friend? Morning, Reaganomics. Thank you so much. I couldn't be prouder. Or more proud, I should say. Coast of Profiles Past, good morning. You the man, Cracker Chris. Appreciate the update. Good morning, I hate you.
I hate you. Is that what his name is?
Yeah, I hate you.
Unsavory what? Why? Like just why? It's unsavory. Why? I unblocked your other message. It was originally blocked and I unblocked it and I see you're constant fucking with me and I just don't get it, bud. I know you have alliances to you know, I guess people from the show, but I don't know what I ever did to you. I appreciate you're still a fan and everything. Or
Yes,
I appreciate that you still listen to the show. I don't know that you're a fan, but I just don't understand what I ever did to you.
I don't know what he sent. I don't know. I didn't get one card. I didn't get like I would have remembered for sure.
Iggy, what's up, buddy?
Oh, is it just jokes? Is that what it's going to be, bud?
B-Rock, I don't know.
Just jokes? Is that what we're going to go with? Just jokes, right, bud?
It's funny, I have one friend that calls me that. It's hilarious. FJ Bar 75, what up?
What up, Felix? Thank you for the cash, man.
I really don't know what I did.
I appreciate that. What's up,
Really
Paul?
don't. Did I go off on you one day or some bullshit? I don't know what I did, but whatever I did, I'm sorry. I apologize for whatever I did. So, you can accept my apology. That's
Morning,
great.
Big Roger.
I mean, what did I ever do to unsavory character? He says, you know what you did, you don't have to talk about it.
What's up, Thomas?
You told him to F off pretty much.
I what?
You told him pretty much to F off.
Well, I mean, sure that I was provoked. Was I?
What's up, Longer?
I mean, you can say that. You get different people and telling you different things.
I believe you left him a voicemail.
Oh, well, I did not know that part.
Okay. If you don't need my half-assed apology, thanks. And continue to fuck off.
Thank you. I gotta go.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hi, you're on the air. Go ahead. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Dr. Remylock, $105.
Oh, my God. Thank you, doctor. Let me give you a little gimmick for that. Is it Pedro the pool guy?
What's going on, fam?
What's up, buddy? Are you, was yesterday, was today surgery or Friday surgery?
No, it was Thursday, like 8 hours. Came home Saturday. I had the show on yesterday on my phone, but it's kind of confusing. So,
Well, I mean,
I'm just hanging out right now.
you had a tumor removed from your brain. So I would say that, for lack of a better term, your eggs may still be a little scrambled. That's probably.
You sound awesome.
I don't have the doctor in here, but I got to think that that's a very major, concerning situation.
Yeah, it was 6 centimeters long by 3 centimeters wide, about the size of a good-sized lime, behind my right ear.
Was it inside or outside of the skull?
Inside the skull.
Oh, goodness.
Actually in my brain.
Oh, my goodness.
The temporal lobe.
Is it, was it attached? Had it attached?
Oh, it was actually in my brain material. They had to cut out brain material to remove it.
Do they, with regards to the brain material, they cut out, different sections of your brain do different things. They did they give you an idea potentially what that potential small margins that they had to cut out of your brain, what that did, what part of what the responsibility of that part of your brain is?
I mean, so from the doctor, he said it would not have any effect on really anything. I mean, I don't have any tingling. I can still feel everything. A little confusion. Trying to use Facebook, forget it. I'm be very happy to take a break from all of social media.
Oh, please!
Yeah.
Oh, please
That'll
do.
make you feel better.
Please do. So, now, so are you still in the hospital, or are you home now?
Oh no, hell no! I came home Saturday, man. I don't like being poked and prodded and waking up. You don't sleep in the hospital. I got to say though, I was at Cleveland Clinic in Weston because I couldn't get health care here in Lee County. So we went over there, and they have great food and amazing care. If you need a good brain surgeon, Dr. Adada is absolutely amazing.
Now
and amazing bedside manner.
You know that shivering biz.
Yes, I do.
He's a brain surgeon, so I hope that you maybe took when they initially diagnosed this, that you maybe sometimes Lummy, the Bubba Army will get another set of films or something like that, and shoot it over to Kenny Priz, and he'll take a look
out,
and he'll take he was in fact the head of all neurosurgery at Chapel Hill for years.
I think he helped Scout Big Ope out with something too one time, recently.
Yeah, I remember you guys talking about that, or I remember her talking about that. I didn't really have a chance to send it over to him because it actually had been growing since I had my initial medical event in March.
Yeah, so what was the contributing factor, with regards to that got you thinking you might have an issue? Well, was there pain on the side where the tumor was? Was it painful? Were you getting headaches? Did you have blurred vision? Was your equilibrium off? What got you initially down that road of I might have a situation?
Actually, nothing. We were at our new house that we ended up buying, and I had a medical event where I lost consciousness and had a seizure in the driveway. and tore up my face on our nice driveway. And then 2 weeks later, I was at Cleveland Clinic, and they started doing CTs and MRIs. And within the second MRI, they're like, yeah, you have a growth in your head. And from there, it's been kind of really quick ever since.
Was it benign or malignant?
It wasn't anything that they want to mess around with. So
was it benign or malignant?
The doctor said it appears benign. It's
Amazing.
out for pathology. I won't know for 10 days. So probably around the 10th, I'll have an
Let me
answer.
Wyatt Harris. Wyatt Harris just gifted 10 memberships on YouTube. So thank you very much. With that type of membership, if you happen to get one, you'll be able to watch, podcasting as it happens live, and it gives you some other stuff as well. So you didn't have this, so no
commercials.
You went to the Cleveland Clinic and part of this diagnosed deal?
Yeah, because so we try to go here in Lee. We live in Lee County, Fort Myers, Cape area, and they're like, oh yeah, we'll see you in November. Like, yeah, no. I just spent 12 hours in the hospital from passing out. That doesn't work for me. So about a week and a half later, we were able to get into Cleveland Clinic in Weston over, Lauderdale side.
Oh, okay.
And from there, it was like every week I had an appointment. I was getting MRIs, meeting with different doctors, but I had no pain. It didn't change anything.
Now, Pedro, did you have or do you have health insurance?
Yeah, thank God.
And was it did it cover this, or obviously you may have a copay or something like that, but I mean for the
which
most
is obnoxious when you go through this amount of treatment. His copay and deductible probably will be $15,000 the year.
We've already met our copay after which actually wasn't that heavy. I think the copay is like $1,500
total for the year.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a great policy. Thank God. For me, mine's like $15,000 per person in my house.
It's based on how much you can afford.
Yeah, but I mean that's good. That's fair for him. He should be getting.
We have a PPO.
So they put you under. You probably have to go over there. If surgery was on Thursday, did you have to get there on Thursday, or did you like a day early or two?
Well, my wife has some pretty amazing friends. One of her friends got us a hotel, a Residence Inn suite that was literally across the street. So we were able to stay there for 4 days with a couple of the kids, had a pool. I got there Wednesday for 5:30 prep in the morning.
By the way, we're talking to Pedro, the pool guy. He just had brain surgery. There was a tumor on his brain the size of a lime, and they removed it on Thursday. So they prep you on Wednesday. Thursday, they usually like to do stuff like this, like the first case, like is at 7 in the morning. Like they usually try to do it as early as they can.
Correct. Yeah, I had my show time was 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, 5:30.
They were in my head by like 8, and it was all day.
But too bad we don't have Dan here, Jay, to kind of work us through the doctor part of it, because I'm assuming as they wheel you in at 5:30, they got maybe the anesthesiologist. They got to maybe shave your. Did they pre-shave your head and all that, or was that done in the operating room?
I don't know. Here's the interesting thing. One of the nurses that was an anesthesiologist had a tumor in her left ear. And just 2 months ago, she had it removed by the same doctor.
That's got to give you a high level of confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then my wife started talking to other nurses and doctors in the hospital, and every single one said, if there's someone that's going to do any kind of brain surgery, he's the one. So
I'm assuming at that point, kind of wish I had Dan here. I'm assuming they, shave your head, and then they take like a saw, don't they? And in order to go through your skull, I think they have like a medical saw that they cut. They got. I don't think they can get into your head any other way.
Yeah, I mean, I've got like a 6 or 8 inch half circle behind my ear of staples. So it's pretty interesting.
Now, did they show you? Did they show you the tumor?
I actually specifically asked the doctor to take a picture of it, and he said it all happens pretty quickly. He would try, but couldn't make any guarantees. I wanted to know how it looked and all that kind of stuff. But
now, like Jay said,
it's immediately taken and sent to pathology.
So, have you got the results from the pathologist yet?
No, 10 days.
And that'll show you what, Jay, if it's benign or malignant.
Yep.
Now, does malignant mean that it was growing and it was alive, or is that what that means somewhat, Jay?
No, when you think of like good cancer, bad cancer, to oversimplify it, benign is good cancer, meaning it's usually going to be limited to that particular tumor or whatever. And so if they get clear margins, meaning they remove enough tissue surrounding the tumor and they remove it, then the chances of it coming back are more unlikely. Malignant tumors are where it starts spreading. And it's the type of cancer, the bad cancer, that, high death rate. But it sounds like he had a rapidly growing benign tumor, which would be the best worst case scenario. Don't you think that's right, Pedro?
Yeah, that's from what the doctor said to me. He said when he removed it, it appeared to be not cancerous.
Okay.
Just by visualization.
Yeah.
Good.
So that's what I'm hoping for.
Now, you sound great.
Amazing,
Bubba. For what you've been through 5 days ago, you sound great, bud. And you're already home. I'm assuming that you probably have some pre-op, or I'm sorry, post-op procedures that like they're gonna probably eventually have to take out the stitches and things like that, or staples.
Well,
However,
he had a full craniotomy, like you're saying. They literally they saw into the skull, they create a hole. They pull that bone plug out, they do the surgery, and then they put that bone plug back in there.
Sometimes they'll put a bolt in there to relieve the pressure, won't they?
Yeah, that's for more of like intracranial, increased intracranial pressure. They'll put in a bolt to remove the intracranial pressure so there's no brain damage. But what they're doing is that tumor is pushing on this essential area of his brain, and if they do not remove the tumor, then he could have problems with the ability to, let's see where they talk about it. It's memory, comprehension, visual processing, emotional regulation, and certain aspects of sensory input. So for him to come out of surgery and be speaking this well, and remembering how it happened,
can we start giving you some
things.
Bubba Army trivia to see how well you're doing?
Knowledge, yeah.
How about that?
Oh, come on, throw it. Throw the Bubba Army trivia. What you got?
What's my sister's name?
Oh man.
My sister.
I can see her face too, which is really funny.
Wow, boy, I'm a little concerned on the memory deal.
I'm sorry. I know she's got a Tesla, and
he's so good.
She's got the Egyptian as a husband. And I'm having a hard time with names. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That'll come back. That stuff will come back.
Tara,
that's right. Yeah.
All right. Well, okay,
what are the three numbers on the back of your credit card?
Seth wants to know Friday. What about my mom? My mom's very famous. She's got a very famous name.
Oh, Janie Cakes.
There you go. Everybody knows Janie Cakes. What's Lummy's son's name?
Walker.
Oh, nice. What's Seth's daughter's name?
Actually, I don't remember.
Sammy.
I did see his video over the weekend of him getting smushed in the face with, I think, cake.
Yep. Well, I didn't see that, but that was probably during Sammy's celebration. That's one thing she wanted to do, was smash her dad in the face with a cake, which who wouldn't?
That was awesome.
Right? So anyway, listen, so Pedro, when do you got to go back, and when's the next checkup, so to speak?
The 14th, I get the staples out.
14th. All right, so that's 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks from now. That means probably everything's grown back, nicely, and they'll just clip those things right out. And are they saying, like, do you have to avoid, like, maybe looking at like bright lights? And have they? Like post-op, have they told you things that you have to be mindful of?
Yeah, like loud sounds are a real kick in the head. I'm actually getting some pretty cool visuals, though, and I haven't taken any acid. Every once in a while, I get little swirlies, and I get cool colors, and that's kind of fun. Reminds me of college.
I think I'll just take acid rather than to have brain surgery. I really will. I think I just go ahead and take the acid.
But his attitude's good.
Yeah, you know what, Pedro? I'm so happy you've been such a long-time listener, such a great listener. You and your flight attendant wife. we're so thankful this could have turned out a lot differently. And to me, so far, it sounds like it's you're well on your way to being okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty stoked that it went so well, and
I mean, Jay, that's a pretty major ordeal, isn't it, Jay? That's a pretty major ordeal.
You know when they say it ain't brain surgery? Well, this is.
Yeah.
This is very, very serious. When they're starting you at 5:30 because they know it's going to be 8 hours at a minimum, and it could go 12 hours or 14 hours. That's why they start so early.
Right.
These guys, routinely do surgeries that are 12, 14 hours. Where they got to stop in the middle, take a bio break to go to the bathroom, eat a little food. They literally rotate staff in and out to do these types of procedures. It's amazing, life-saving stuff. So I couldn't be more thrilled for you because I've had situations just like this where the tumor remains undiagnosed. And the risk of it being undiagnosed is not that it's going to spread like a malignant tumor, but that it's going to create irreversible brain damage by pushing on this temporal lobe. And so he's very lucky that they diagnosed it soon enough that they were able to get it out without significant brain damage. I'm just so happy for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys, and I hope nobody actually, if anyone's MFing me in chat, I really don't care. You guys can go screw.
Well, the chat's great. There's just unsavory character hates me for whatever reason or not. So that's
I can't figure that out.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing.
No, I don't think anyone's MFing Pedro the Pool Guy.
Nobody should. I mean, if anybody in chat's talking crap about Pedro, then you really, really are a dick. A guy that just went through literal had a tumor removed from his brain. Regardless of what Pedro may have done or has not done via Bubba Army for the years and years of calls that he's created, for whatever reason why you may not like him, man, today's not a reason to talk any smack about our fellow Bubba Army who just, literally went through brain surgery. So, Pedro the Pool Guy, you know how much we love you, my friend, and we hope that things continue to progress in a great way, my friend.
I appreciate you guys. Hey, I love you guys too. No homo.
Thank you, buddy. Take care. Lummy, today might be the first day that we might not hit 1,000 likes.
Oh my gosh.
On YouTube. I mean, literally, I was going to run this 41-second Chris Lee clip of them talking, I guess, after their pardon. It's 41 seconds, but we got to get 105 thumbs up within the next 2 minutes before we leave, or we're not going to hit 1,000. Well, it's 97, but and let me that's
and on Dr. Dan's birthday.
Yeah, on Dan's birthday is the first day. And I can't even tell you the last time we didn't hit it.
I think the focus has shifted to Big Box Willie.
Oh, okay, all right.
I mean, I don't feel like we've talked about the thumbs as much anymore.
Well, but I mean, it was just we never really had to.
It was
just
organically happening.
It just organically happened, and it's still very well. I mean, they may pull one out of their ass. I don't know. Here's the Chris Lees.
Mr. Chris Lee, do you have any remorse for the actions that led to your evictions?
Oh, you must be CNN. Do I have any remorse? I would have remorse if it was something that I did.
Well, your wife did apologize last year.
Well, let me explain to you how that works, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You're placed in a position as a defendant to either bow down and kiss the ass of the Department of Justice and accept responsibility for things that you did not do in order to avoid a stronger sentence. And the corruption that went on in our case is going to continue to unfold, and Alex is going to continue to give each and every one of you the evidence that as it comes in.
Man, Jay, at this point, man, would you let it go? Or would you continue to fight let me show you how bad they railroaded us? Or would you just let it go and realize that you're a free man? I don't know. I mean, I can. You know what? I'd be a hypocrite to say you sit there and let it go because I don't let my stuff go. So
I think you try to expose as much as possible, especially as people are trying to question the validity of the pardon. I think you go out there and you try to aggressively show why you were overcharged. Now, I mean, just watching that though, I really don't like that guy.
I
have never liked.
I have never liked him.
I mean, can you not like the guy and still think it was the right decision?
Yeah, I mean, he probably got the right call, but I've never liked him or their stupid show.
He's one of those people
Ever.
where as soon as he opens his mouth, I just want him to shut the
He
F
sounds
up.
like he's a flamboyant.
Yeah.
Zesty.
Liberace.
He gives Liberace a bad name. I mean, he's a flamboyant southern with a hillbilly drawl.
Like Lindsey Graham.
Would you say he's handsome?
No.
You would not. Okay.
He's disgusting.
Disgusting.
And I don't even know that he likes his wife.
He probably doesn't.
How
do I know? No one knows that.
Those kids look just like him and her.
They may have procreated, yes, but I don't know if that's what he's still into.
Well, wouldn't we have found out in prison if he was into that?
Well, I mean, no, we would not have.
Do you think he was leaning that way, and then Trump got him out just in time?
No, I think that. I mean, I don't know. I do not know. Well, I mean, I know that we got to go, and I know that we hit 1,000.
All right.
I know. You know what? Probably the great unsavory character championed our cause and said, you know what? I hate Bubba to death for whatever reason. I guess we got into an argument for some reason. He won't accept my apology. Said it's a half-assed apology. I do know this, Seth. I know that your uncomfortable laugh comes from because he absolutely puts you over nonstop. Like you and him actually commuticate.
He always was cool to me, even when I left here. So yeah, I mean, I know what his issues with the show are, and he listens.
Maybe privately, you can tell me what his issues are. I just don't understand how a guy can, I just don't get it. And he's so predictable because I know the people that he likes, and I know the people that he hates, and he hates me the most. I just don't get it. So anyway, we'll do a quick turnaround on the after show. And try to let me know. I'm going to stay right here.
Okay.
I'm going to walk Jay out, and then we'll do the after show as quickly as we possibly can.
Sounds good.
All right.
I'm going to send you that link.
Send me what?
For Rumble. The link for Rumble.
You're going to send me a link for
for the advertiser, so you can just take a look at it if you can.
Bluetooth. Take one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one at night.
What are you going to email it to me?
I'll just text it to you, if that's okay.
Text it to me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll do a quick turnaround. Hopefully by 10 or 15 after, we'll be back. All right? Appreciate you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repair hello.